But I mean, I got some.
This is
hasn't started yet.
right. People are just using the chat to.
People are just using the chat to say hello and welcome and all sorts of stuff, but we haven't started yet. So raising a virtual cup of coffee to y'all.
No. Y'all. Wait a minute. Okay. So, maybe it was locked because it hadn't even started yet. But how the hell could you? I don't even want to know. That's so screwed up.
Not all that easy sometimes.
Understood.
I mean, there's times when I had to wait a half hour. And unfortunately, we got right on. Oh,
Why am I? It's live.
Yes, good morning and welcome to you all. It's not actually going to start until 10 a.m. The program. People are just gathering. We're really happy to have you here though on Zoom.
Oh. Oh, well.
with this. I got 2 peppered koi cats, which are great for cleaning up the bottom.
Mhm. Oh, what's going on? Oh, fuck. I'm just having a lot of issues with this. All right, I didn't want to leave it. Can't hear anything, that's the thing.
Such a blessing to be here with all of you and to be joined by so many more friends through our live stream. What a remarkable way for our Diocese of Los Angeles touches land that is home and has been cared for by the Chumash, Bernardino Tatavian, Yokuts, Kuwayasu, Yahaviatum, Kumeyaay, and other indigenous communities that have faced displacement, abuse, violence, and genocide. Naming and acknowledging the continued presence and contributions of these beloved peoples, may we also recognize our complicity in the sins that have led to their oppression. May we learn, grow, and be instruments of justice, reconciliation, and renewal. As part of our proceedings and my role in today's gathering, I've made a donation to the Tonga Land Trust. And anyone who would like to learn more about the community, traditions, and the work of our Indigenous siblings can do so and can contribute to their thriving at the website tonga.land. And Sam has put that in your programs for today as well. I'd also encourage you to engage the stories and history of Indigenous communities here through UCLA's Mapping Indigenous LA project and by connecting with our own colleague, the Reverend Canon Mary Chris. My name is Peyton Hoyt. I'm a postulant for Holy Orders here in the Diocese of Los Angeles, and I'm the program director for the Center for Spirituality and Nature. As someone whose ministry is centered on creation care and engagement, I'm tremendously honored to be part of the Bishop's Commission on Climate Change and to have been asked to open our summit this morning with a meditation. Now, luckily, Canons McCarthy and Williams gave me very minimal boundaries and instruction. And I work best when there are no rules. So I'll take full advantage of that freedom and invite us to just a brief time of mindful prayer and guided contemplation. In a reflection that seems uniquely relevant for our gathering today, the Indian activist and leader Vandana Shiva says that while we may feel like Atlas holding the earth on our shoulders, it is in fact the earth that holds us. So if you will, take just a moment to find a comfortable posture. Set your feet firmly on the ground and allow yourself to be held this morning by the earth. Slow your breathing. And as you exhale, allow your body to relax. Feel your eyelids fall. As we prepare to speak of a serious crisis, much work to be done. Give yourself this brief gift of stillness, quiet. Continuing to breathe soft and slow. I invite you to think of a natural place in this world that brings you a sense of deep connection. Might be a park, trail, the ocean, your own backyard. Place that is sacred, special. In your mind's eye, find yourself in that space. Fill it with all the light, color, light that you experience with life physically there. Rest in this place. Even as you appreciate the beauty, gifts of this sacred space, think of what might be missing. Creatures of life that are absent in the sea, the ecological imbalance. Consider how pollution and lack of care tarnishes what God created first. This morning, as we discuss our call to demonstrate love and care for this earth, let us acknowledge the gifts we receive from creation. And let us grieve together the loss, degradation that must not be. Chapter 9 of the book of Jeremiah, God proclaims, I will weep, wail with mouth. Pick up a lament concerning the wilderness grass. Birds all fled. Animals are gone. Alongside this expression of sorrow, God offers words of guidance for prophetic action. Let not the wise boast of their wisdom, or the strong boast of their strength, or the rich boast of their riches. But let the one who boast of this, that they have understanding to know me, that I am the Lord who exercises kindness, justice, and righteousness on earth. These I do. This morning, as we respond to the harrowing threat upon Christ, as we temper fear with hope, demonstrate repentance with renewed love, and honor grief with righteous action, may we be moved to the same delight in kindness and justice. We pray. Creator God, you formed this world in your loving peace. With a resonant word, you brought forth life, beautiful plants, and beloved creatures you called to. From the soil, you shaped humankind and breathed the spark of life into our lives, placing our feet on this earth, our home. Your desire has always been for us to walk alongside, mindfully engaging with, tending to, delighting in, and caring for creation. All too often we have failed to live into this call. We have not loved as you love. We have been selfish, short-sighted. We have been blind to the consequences of extraction, consumption, waste. Forgive us these shortcomings. Open our eyes once again. Bless. Today, set our hearts, guide our hands to move once more into right, balanced relationship with it, so that all you have touched, stirred into love, might be love that you have taught us today. One more deep breath, hopefully emboldened hearts. Come back to this place, in this moment, to this very important work, and share a warm welcome to our dear friend and colleague, Reverend Campbell.
Good morning, everybody. Before I get into my formal welcome and all of that, I wanted to say we have about 45 people on Zoom, which is fantastic. But we're having some trouble with the sound. So for everyone on Zoom, I want you to know we're working on it. For everyone here, thank you for patience with our technological. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to our first annual Climate Change Summit. My glasses. I'll fix that in just a minute. Anyway, Bishop Taylor really wanted to be here today. He sends you all his love and greetings, and he's very excited about the work of the commission and that we have gathered this great group of people here today. He's actually out at St. Patrick's School in Thousand Oaks installing their new head of school. So the Bishop's calendar has many events, and we just did everything we could to try to work it out, and it's good here. So he sends you all this. I want to introduce you too to the work of the Bishop's Commission on Climate Change. We've been, we first began meeting, I want to say early 2022, and we've been going strong ever since. The work of the commission is divided in really into subcommittees. So we have a subcommittee on advocacy, an education subcommittee, solar panel subcommittee, disaster resiliency, and a subcommittee that works on convention resolutions. So that's resolutions to our diocesan convention, also making sure that our diocese is doing what we've resolved to do at convention, as well as general convention. So the Greater Episcopal Church, which meets once every 2 years. So, and it's because of this subcommittee that we're here today. There was a resolution that they put together for our last diocesan convention that called for a climate change town hall. And so here we are. So thank you to our convention resolution subcommittee. I also want to say thank you to everyone who's worked so hard to put today together. There's been a lot of people. Our primary committee, though, is Samantha Wiley, who's made all the logistics happen. And when you have a chance, please tell her thank you and how much you appreciate her hard work, because you really are. Rose Hagen-Smith, who's on Zoom today, Paula Walker, Daniel Tam, and Bob Williams are present today. So if you're present, Daniel, Paula, there's Paula. you are a member of the Bishop's Commission on Climate Change, please stand. Just so that everyone here can see who you are. Please feel free to speak with these people about the commission, about the work we're doing. Consider joining us if you are interested in continuing to work beyond today. And if you are a chair, a subcommittee chair, please stand. You kind of are, Sally. I think you kind of are. So we have Lucy, who's asked resiliency, Kate and Paula from education, Ed from solar panels, Sally from prevention resolutions, and our chair for advocacy, Nadia, is the senior at St. Margaret's in San Juan Capistrano. She's a senior, other things to do on her Saturday, but she's been very active. She's been very active in our advocacy work, as has Daniel. He's available to talk to you about it. Before I go any further, I'd like to introduce our canon for Common Life, Bob Williams, who's my partner in crime, chairing the commission, and he has a little bit to share with you about St. Paul's.
Everyone. It's so nice to see such a good, robust group here at St. Paul's Commons. It's been a while, hasn't it, since we've been able to gather here. I'd like to call your attention to the art show, because this is probably the last day of this formal exhibit with us. And the artist, as you may know, is Catherine, who specializes in pastels. And as you can see, the theme here is refugee experience of refugee. And you can see a lot about the climate too. And as you know, climate change impacts the most vulnerable populations on our earth, especially refugees who are migrating from place to place, and often due to climate crises and changing weather where they are. And so this exhibit benefits IRIS, the Interfaith Refugee and Immigration Service of the Diocese of Los Angeles. Troy Elder is the executive director. And so we assured Troy today that we would call your attention to this beautiful exhibit. The canvases are for sale, and there's further information at the front desk should you be moved to purchase one of them. Proceeds go to IRIS. I didn't already say that. So we're very pleased for this opportunity and grateful to Catherine Hayhoe for exhibiting with us, and this will be the last day of the conference. Oh, I said Catherine Hayhoe, didn't I? She sent us an email this morning, by the way, sending her greetings to us all. I beg your pardon, Catherine. Oh, everyone's named Catherine this morning. Lastly, as you know, St. Paul's Commons is the administrative hub of the Episcopal Diocese of Los Angeles. We're soon to celebrate our 30th anniversary of service here. Central to us is the Church of St. Athanasius, which is the oldest continuing Protestant house of worship in Southern California, dated from 1860. And Grant Power and others are here with us today from St. Athanasius. So it is your place to come, as Bishop Borsch said when it was founded, it is to be a place of great hospitality and service. And today it's emphasized. So thank you. Thanks. Catherine.
So besides feeling great hall, which is great, I wonder if we could just do a little sharing about where we're all from. So I'm going to start, the diocese is big. It's basically 6 counties. So let's see, is there anyone here from Southern Orange County? Fantastic. And Northern Orange County? The rest of Orange County, great. How about Riverside County? Riverside. I know we have some folks on Zoom from Riverside. San Bernardino County. Fantastic. Los Angeles County, that's going to be a lot of us. And then Ventura, Ari, and Santa Barbara. Great. Wow, that's great. And we also have a lot of folks from, so Deanery 1 is Ventura, Santa Barbara County, so a bunch of folks on Zoom. So thank you all for zooming in, for making the drive, for being here in person. I'm really excited to see you. So I want to introduce our three main speakers. I'm going to start with Lisa Markus over there. So Lisa has 20 years experience in doing diversity, equity, and inclusion work. She convenes equity stakeholder groups like nonprofits, government organizations, utilities, in order to work together to transition toward an equitable clean energy future. She recently spoke at the Tribal Sovereignty Clean Energy Summit, which is very, what she told me about was very interesting. So if you have a chance to ask her about that, I encourage you to do so. She's well published, papers, articles, etc., but she's also published a book called Living a Blessed Life, Walking in Faith. So Lisa, thank you for being here with us today. Oh, and she's also a member of St. James in South Pasadena. Kate Varley is from St. Martin's in Winnetka. She is one of our co-chairs of the Education Subcommittee with Paula Walker. She's a writer and producer in communications, marketing, and broadcast television. But for our purposes, she's a climate leader with the Climate Reality Project. So their work is to get out the word about what's happening in climate change and what we can do about it. And she has brought basically a education piece that congregations can use, and so she'll be previewing that for us today. And last but not least, we are very pleased to have Dr. Lucy Jones with us today. She is a member of St. James South Pass, where she's also senior warden during a time of transition. So thank her for all her hard work there. That's no small thing. But she's also, you may know her as those who've been in Southern California for a while. She's the founder of the Dr. Lucy Jones Center for Science and Society, which has a mission to foster the understanding and application of scientific information in the creation of more resilient communities. She's the author of the book, The Big Ones, and she's been a visiting fellow at Caltech for 40 years, or for 33 years, as part of the U.S. Geological Survey. Working with both the public and private sectors, Dr. Jones seeks to increase communities' ability to adapt and be resilient to the dynamic changes of the world around them. That has certainly been the focus of the work that she's done. The aim is to understand and communicate where the greatest vulnerabilities lie and what actions can be taken to reduce the risks that are most cost effective. She has a Bachelor of Arts in Chinese language and literature from Brown and a PhD in geophysics from MIT. She's been active in earthquake research for decades, furthering earthquake risk reduction through seismological research and integrated disaster resilience. Dr. Jones has been a great inspiration and support to our mission leadership. And it is my pleasure to welcome her. Please join me.
Okay, so I'm going to try and not do that. What I want to do, though, is to begin today's discussion with looking at the Christian perspective on the science. Let me, let's see, there we are. I think I can get this up. Yep. Start with just what we're going to be doing today. I want to point out, we want to make this be a time that actually gives you something, gives you the ability to go back to your parish and make a difference. We hopefully will come up with tools through this process. And also then, very specifically, the part that I've been working on is how do we help each other in the increasing disasters that are indeed coming. And then, of course, looking at the implications of the Christian imperative to help the poor in the face of climate change. That's where we'll be ending the day. But to begin it, I want to start with a bit of a reflection, sort of like what Peyton gave us, but now with the scientific perspective. So instead of meditation, I'm going to give you some data and some theories. And it's really, I want to do this because to me, climate change is the ultimate, well, at least the greatest moral issue facing our time, if not all of humanity. And I personally find the data that it's happening so compelling, the implications so large, and the moral consequences, the moral implications so overwhelming that I've actually changed most of my work from being about earthquakes to being about climate. I mean, it's something that I can do. I had been moving through my career from pure science to more and more working with psychologists and risk perception. And a lot of those factors play back into the climate issue. But that's to make the point that I think it's the most important thing we faced. And it's very much, to me, the intersection of my faith and science. Both of those parts of my life began in my family. I was brought up as a very high church Episcopalian. And my grandfather was, that was not supposed to happen, sorry. My grandfather was a Methodist theologian, and I can remember very clearly arguing with him about the number of sacraments. Right. I learned from my priests that there were 7 sacraments, and I proceeded to tell my grandfather that. And my mother was actually horrified that I would presume to argue with this theology professor and tried to stop me. And my grandmother was like, "Patsy, don't you see he loves this? Let her go," right? And he proceeded to take me through the Bible and show how only communion and baptism had been established by Jesus, and that the rest of the supposed sacraments, while being important rites for the comfort of his people, couldn't be considered in the same class. So what did I learn out of this? I first learned that my priest was not necessarily speaking for God when we had our catechism class. But I also learned that faith and spirituality were worth a life of critical study that had been done by the smartest person that I knew. And while grandfather was a theologian, his son, my father, was an aerospace engineer. And I followed him into science. And as scientists, scientists I discover have some really interesting images and reputations in the larger community. What I would say is the most important thing about a scientist is that we believe that data wins, right? You come up with all your theories and models, and in fact, that's how you get to show how smart you are. You make the greatest theory. But in the end, data always wins. The spiritual equivalent to me is saying God is a mystery, right? It's, we have this, we can make our theories. We try to understand what God is, but in the end, there will be some data, when that time comes, when we face death, we'll find out whether any of our theories were correct, right? But so that idea of science is that you always try to find truth, and you recognize that your own internal vision maybe isn't that, and you have to accept that somebody else might be able to tell you this. When I first started being interested in physics, the Big Bang theory had been started to be formulated, but the steady state theory that things were as they always had been was a much more popular idea at the time. And it was actually at the time that I was at MIT that the data that the Big Bang theory was true really came together. And MIT is a place where religion is not very obvious. And I've been facing a lot of challenging questions about my faith. And there was the Big Bang Theory is really a statement that creation happened, that we went from nothing to everything in something less than 10 to the minus 38 seconds. And to me, the best description of that is really going to be let there be light. Okay? So the reality of a creation to me implied a creator. That's a much simpler way to do it. And once I came to that intellectual certainty, internal certainty that God exists, I found it necessary to respond to that knowledge with worship. And I've been back at church pretty much ever since. But I'm also an earth scientist. And I know that the evidence for evolution is just as good, if not better, as the evidence for the Big Bang Theory. So I have to conclude that God used evolution to create us. And being a scientist, that makes me say, why? It's our favorite question, favorite statement. That's what we do all the time, right? But what was so important to God about evolution, that he used that to create us, that he used evolution with all of its pain and ugliness, right? And don't make any mistake, evolution is a very cruel thing. Cancer is an evolutionary oops, right? So is autism. So why did God choose that method to create us? And of course, as Episcopalians, we get to rely not just on, tradition, reason, and scripture to answer these questions. And there is a very direct answer in scripture about what matters to God. Right? You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul and all your mind. This is the great and first commandment, and the second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. So loving God, which includes loving people, is what matters to him. And then you might say, what does that have to do with evolution? But that answer I actually found from John Polkinghorne. For those of you who know him, an incredible theologian who began life as a mathematical physicist, was part of creating quantum theory, and at the age of 40, resigned his endowed chair at Cambridge University in mathematical physics to go to seminary. Right? And so he, amazing theology there. And he made the point that evolution is a path to creation that gives us complete freedom. If God had chose some other way to create us, we would have had to be created as entities that love God or entities that didn't. And love compelled is not love. That free choice was so important that he allowed evolution to create whatever it's going to create. And you could argue maybe the dinosaurs were going to get there and they never got out of anger and domination, right? He allowed, and it went on for 140 million years, right? So it wasn't a quick process, but the goal is to create beings that could interact with him, that could be in relationship. And for me, that's, it's also how I see the Trinity. It says God's a relationship. There is the core of it. And he needed, as a relationship, as love, he needed entities to interact with. So where does that leave us? We are then combination of that call of the divine with all of our evolutionary, baggage, right? And I'm bringing this up because the evolutionary baggage gets in the way of us thinking about climate. I really am going to get back there. But this, this picture of God is then he creates, he let the world go, let there be light. The hydrogen atoms started interacting with each other. Eventually we end up here, and the divine is there waiting for us to turn to him. And actually, this is how I deal with St. Paul as well. He's a really challenging one to listen to, right? But the flesh and the spirit, I think of the spirit as the call of the divine, and the flesh or the evolutionary baggage that isn't necessarily pulling us in that same direction, right? But God is there, created his church. There is a resource. When we ask, he's willing to help, but he's not getting in and intervening, right? So here's this core. Our job is to love God, to recognize whatever comes at us. What does God want from us? And here's where I'm really now getting back to climate change. What does God demand of us when we are looking at what's happening to the climate? And now I have to decide, you're in this room because you already know that climate change is real. So the whole thing of convincing people of that isn't such a big deal. I think that's worth it just a few minutes because you could end up talking to somebody who maybe hasn't actually gotten there. The basic physics is 100 years old. Once with Polkinghorne and the others, we recognize the wave particle duality. Photons come in from the sun, hit the molecules in the atmosphere, and when the photons hit the molecules, they absorb the energy by moving in various ways. And if it is a 2-atom molecule, it can go like this, and it can twist, but that's about it. If it's a 3-atom molecule, you can add bending. So you can absorb a lot more energy, and you absorb it at different frequencies. So when we burn carbon and absorb, burn up the 2-atom oxygen and replace it with 3-atom carbon dioxide, we are increasing the ability of the atmosphere to absorb energy. It's a really simple process. It doesn't require belief in scientists. It's a pretty simple thing going on here. And I would point out, when you have a 5-atom methane molecule, you have a lot more ways that you can bend, and it's a much more effective greenhouse gas, right? So these ideas were put together in the 20s. And then people went, we've been burning a lot since the Industrial Revolution. Wonder if it's going to make a difference. Right? When we get to the 80s and we got the Greenland ice cores, we finally really had data about old atmospheres. Right? In the 80s, we were able to get these. There are little bubbles of atmosphere that are trapped within the ice. And therefore, it's a little capture of what the atmosphere was like at the time that ice was formed. And by doing that, we can go back and look at the carbon dioxide concentrations at different times over the last million years that ice cores represent. And also look at the temperatures, because the temperature affects the oxygen isotopes. That's chemistry that is sort of so great. I'm glad the chemists can do it. I can't explain that one. But here's the data, right? So if you look, this is over 800,000 years, and we look at what's been going on in carbon dioxide, which is in the blue, and the temperature, which is in the red, right? We can see that carbon dioxide and temperature do correlate pretty well. And then if you add in the most recent set of data, you add in that, right? We have almost doubled the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere through the Industrial Revolution. And that is, here's where we come in and look at it a little bit more closely. This is actually only up to like 2018. If I put 2023 on this map, it's going to get up even higher. But I want to take a moment and because I've been throwing a lot of stuff at you, to absorb this before we go on. And I want to help you see what this really means. And I'm going to do this. This is a little bit egotistical of me, but Melissa asked. So with some music that I wrote. Right. So this temperature, here's another thing. Scientists see something like this, and I have a really emotional reaction to this. I'm like, oh my God, look at what we're doing. This is terrifying. Most people don't get terrified by data, right? And so I thought part of what we could do is to understand it better and take this data and convert it to a sound. So we created just a scaling function that as the temperature goes down, the pitch would go down. As the temperature goes up, the pitch would go up. So over the time of our data, we go from 2 Ds below middle C to 2 As above middle C. Here's what it would look like for the musicians in the room. These are Episcopalians. There's probably a bunch of you that can read this, right? I have to go from bass clef to alto clef up to treble clef. And then I turned it into some music. So we can hopefully be able to bring this up on YouTube from for the people online. We did make, and I hope I'm connected, yeah. So I wrote this piece because I play an obscure Renaissance string instrument called the viola da gamba. So I wrote it for my people. And one of the instruments plays that music you just saw, those whole notes. Each whole note is 1 year with the temperature of that year. And then I wrote some other music around it. And just give us this is my version of meditation. So Peyton gives us words, I give you music. I don't do words nearly as well. Okay. So it should be coming up now. I forgot how long this piece is on. This is all on YouTube, so you can get it. I just forgot that I had so much at the beginning of it. Music. Okay. Oh. Oh, shit. We didn't figure out how to get the sound from my computer. It should have, because of the HDMI cable, but it didn't come through. Okay. Now I'm gonna, let's see if we can get this going again. Can you sing it? Should I just try it again? Sound.
Good.
Next. Okay, display cord. Okay, let's see if this now comes through. Okay, what I need to do, I think at this point, I'm gonna now go over to YouTube and get it up. Yeah. Here I was being so smooth. But I'm now going to jump ahead because we've just watched that whole beginning thing. So we've got it. Just a little loud. Oh, okay. This isn't working. I'm sorry. tried to put 2023 on this, it wouldn't fit on the instruments. We're going to talk a bit later about what this makes you feel, right? On how we affect that, because as we'll see, our emotions about it are just as important as any of the data. And now I'm going to enter into a dangerous part of the topic, which is if you actually want to understand what it means. So somehow I've still got the other, wait a minute, I know what that is. It's, sorry for this. This is my, oh, wow, that came up. There's a really good one. There's something called Elegy for the Arctic. If you want to get really depressed and think there's nothing you can do. Watch Elegy for the Arctic. Okay. And I'm going to enter this dangerous zone of thinking about what it means, because that's one of the other problems. I've sort of, when I have an emotional reaction to that graph, I'm implicitly synthesizing what I know is coming. Right? How many saw Oppenheimer? I don't know if you noticed the line where
your mobile workers are always on the move.
But we're not the ones who are
keep
using
up with where they are and where they are going.
Get
a little overwhelming. Exact times.
And I, as scientists in climate change,
to track
it's made
employees
me
on the
really
go.
be thinking, what's the moral obligation as scientists when we really
Our
understand
geofence uses the GPS
the
coordinates
first
of the job site
prediction, and I first heard this over 30
whether
years
a worker
ago,
clocked in at the right
is
place
an increase in
or not.
disasters. Heat is energy. We now have more energy in the atmosphere to drive storms. We're now pretty clearly seeing this, right? It's already happened. Tornado Alley is a third of the country.
So their location
And we'll
is
get back. That's why
off the clock.
Melissa asked me to do this
Supervisors
disaster resilience
monitor
part
crews
of the
directly
climate
from
change,
mobile phone.
of the climate commission,
Admins can
because
oversee.
we're just started. You know, the head of the UN is saying we've entered the age of global boiling. And I really quite disagree with that. No, we've just begun a process of increasing the rate of increase. And we can't think that that's going to be the extent of it. We also have very stressed ecosystems. Every ecosystem in the world is now receiving a different climate than it evolved to adapt to. Okay? And some places the changes aren't too large, but there's more rain in some places, less rain in others, more heat. They're all being stressed. Right? And one big implication of that is the increase in wildfires. And in fact, the warming in Canada is a lot worse than the warming here up in the Arctic. And the boreal forest fires, this year was more obvious, but it's been going on for a decade that the northern forests are burning down. Right? Both of these ones, these are disaster crises. These are ones that'll put us into crisis. The interesting part is increases our emotional reaction because it's sudden. The slower thing of climate change is hard to be emotional about. But it also implies impaired crops. When we think about what's, people push rising sea levels and some countries that'll go underwater. Well, there's even more territory that is going to become uninhabitable because we'll no longer be able to sustain crops. It's really already happening in Syria. That's not just the civil war that's driving people out of that region. Right? And the potential for real worldwide famine is significant. It's not just famine, though. Pandemics are a result of stressed ecosystems, right? The wildlife is being driven into more interaction with the human population. We just saw this one too. It's also just the beginning. So between the inability to have crops and a rising famine or pandemic level, I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing mass migrations. There's one estimate that within 50 years, there will be 1 billion people who will need to choose between moving and dying. We move. We haven't handled the hundreds of thousands of refugees we have now. How are we going to handle that? They're going to be coming in here. I think that world war, is a really significant possibility. And if we do nothing, it's a probability. So look at this list. What am I talking about? Famine, pestilence, war, and death. Sound familiar to anybody? Right? I don't even have to say it around here. I like this. But this is a really dangerous place to be. I mean, there's the one extreme that there are Christian groups that are embracing this because it's bringing the second coming closer, right? The other really dangerous part is the potential for despair, right? Back to that fourth grade catechism, being taught that despair was a sin really bothered me. But then I realized it's not that one can't feel grief or whatever, it's the giving up. It's the giving up on God. And therefore, I really do think that we are the people who can help us, our society, move through, because we have a place of hope. Right? We have hope, we have the call of the divine, we've still got that flesh acting. And I want to talk to you a couple minutes about what the evolutionary impact on our emotions are. Right? This is where I've been getting involved with social scientists, psychologists that study risk perception. How do we decide to act about things? And a really important point on this is the idea that we have fast and slow thinking. I know that's common, that's a book out there now. When it's applied to risk, we can have a logical analysis of what the risk is, but that doesn't get us to act. We need to have the emotional engagement. It evolved, you know, we had to be able to see the predator and have an emotional reaction that got us to move really quickly, right? That is the mechanism in our brains for acting. Right? And I actually first talked about this in terms of earthquakes. You know, who gets an emotional reaction from seeing a building? Right? Actually, when I see a brick building, I do get a bit of emotional reaction, right? But they tend to come down. A hard time with them, right? But in general, we don't. And when I was trying to talk with the city of Los Angeles about earthquake safety, we needed to not just talk about the earthquake, but about the fire that was going to be created by it. When we really talked about burning down a chunk of East LA, there was a much stronger emotional reaction, and we got a bit more of engagement. So that's step one. When we talk about climate, the knowledge that it's happening is completely logically based. You're getting it from the scientists. But the decision to act has to come from an emotional side. So that's one piece. The other part is the flip side to this emotional engagement. When it gets too big, we disengage. Right? And if you think about the whole thing with the Syrian refugees, hundreds of thousands of people pouring into Europe, basically trying to be ignored until this picture showed up. And then it became an individual. Then we were able to make the emotional connection. And the donations to the refugee support went up an order of magnitude the day of this picture. Right? So, and that's a real issue. The psychologist I work with likes to say that emotions do arithmetic really poorly. You know, one kid gets us really upset, 10,000 kids, it's a number, right? So this is going to be an important part of what we're doing. And I just wanted to end this part of it with looking at what the consequences of some of our emotions are. Grief is a really dangerous emotion. It's a really, it's the first place we start when we look at what we're doing to the planet. But if we stay in a place of grief, it leads to despair and resignation, right? Fear is actually another pretty dangerous emotion because it's a very strong one. It's the absolute fundamental of that flesh evolutionary response, right? We'll do just about anything to stop being afraid, fight or flight, right? But what if there's nothing you can do on the short term? The only way to not be afraid is to not think about it. And so, in fact, we are creating denialism because we can't cope. Or the much more common response in a group like this, yes, isn't it terrible? It really is going to be the end of the world. By the way, what'd you have for breakfast? You know, our minds can't stay on this topic. Right? So those are not what we really want to be invoking. We have to get enough fear that we believe it's real, but not so much that we give up or run away from it. I also want to highlight anger. Anger is actually a very motivating, activating emotion. Right? And it's really easy to be angry at what's happening right now. But it's divisive. Anger doesn't get the other side to join you. And for all the temptation of it, it doesn't seem to be working. And we got to figure out, rather get to hope that people will not act unless they think their actions make a difference. So that's right. I've now gotten to the point that I want to see what we can do. How do we help people in a positive, supportive way that doesn't drive them off, get them to see that their actions make a difference? Pride is also probably the most activating, most efficient emotion. And how do you feel pride about anything around climate change? On the other hand, we tend to feel pride in our communities, and our community working together. We can be proud that our church is doing this, right? And it's actually, that's the emotion that keeps more people going than anything else. So that's sort of my theology, science mix introduction to this idea. Now for the rest of the day, I want to look at what we can do. Right? So I do have one more slide that we can think about for a little bit. One of the other problems to maintaining any sense of hope is there's so much that needs to be done, right? And what can I do to make a difference? Right? Here's the other big issue. Making it my problem that I need to be giving something up, or I need to be changing my car, or I need to be not having children, is also a way of letting off the corporate response. Right? And so there's a lot of emphasis on making it what you do as an individual. On the other hand, if you're going to do it grassroots, you got to get the individuals engaged and pulling it together. So there's one of our big challenges as we move forward. And actually, I think that now would really be a good time for the breakout, for the first breakout. And then we're going to come back and start really trying to think about individual actions. I'd like to take, I mean, it could just be 5 or 10 minutes to talk at our tables about the emotions that we're experiencing at this point and where we feel like we're going. We have a lot of people here. I'm thrilled, but I only have 4 or 5 facilitators. So I want to ask that maybe we could do 2 tables at a time, try to talk together, or if you feel like your table's big enough, stick with it, and maybe we'll do some floating facilitation. Right? If you've got a partial table, join up with another partial table. Maybe I can get the 3 of you there in the back, come and join this table, right? So we can start getting some discussion going on. And the questions, I think, have we put them out? Yes, they're on, right. So here's in your program, on the second page, just think about these first questions, and we have places to put things up. And I would like to start getting ideas. I always forget and walk away from these things.
Hi, I'm speaking to the Zoom people. And so what we're going to do is Sam Wiley is going to put us randomly into breakout rooms. And I think we're going to have 6 breakout rooms. So it's going to be a pretty good sized group. What we'd like you to do is start looking at the questions on the program. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be going into each room and dropping a link that you can click on that will take you to a document that has all the questions that we'll be discussing at these little breakout sessions today. We need a facilitator in each room to step up and sort of guide the group through the questions, and we need someone to take notes. We ask that you try to remember the breakout room that you're in so that this afternoon you can return back to that same breakout room.
position when we get back together. The Lord be with you. Thanks, Mr. Millions. And may the Lord be with us as we look at the next step of this, which is what the rest of the day is going to be, which is what can we do? Because the other thing the psychologist pounded into me when I was doing my earthquake work, never give a problem without a solution. Right? And here's our big problem with solutions to climate change. We need to change everything about the energy system in the world. No big deal, right? Yep. We can take that on. And let me point out that really is necessary. There are 8 billion people in the world. And no matter what we give up, how much better we are, how much we stop our plastics, we still need to eat. We need to get food to those people, and we need to stay warm in winter. And as long as our energy system produces carbon, we are never getting out of this. Right? That's just it. So changing the world's energy system is beyond the capacity even of a great group of Episcopalians. And so what do we need to do? What I've left this graph up here, and hopefully my computer will still be powered by the time we get to lunch if you want to come and look at it more closely. This is looking at where is the carbon coming from? Because whataboutism is one of our really good ways of trying to not worry about this. It's another defense place. So all of this thing of evolution and our flesh pushing us to these emotions that keep us safe, right? We are evolved to make patterns, but we don't have an internal fact checker. So the role of science is to figure out whether the pattern's actually true. And we make a lot of patterns that let us off the hook. And the pattern that isn't really this part, there's all of these other things, all become excuses not to do anything. So I have some big pictures on this. I'll have Caltech students coming up to me and say, what can I do to make a difference about climate? I want the career that's going to make the biggest impact. And because we quantify everything, right? But what we say to them is pick the one that you're enjoying and that you'll stick with. Yeah. There's so many things that need to be done that we can all find something to do, right? And as I said, there are individual actions you can look and say, what difference will that make? It turns out some of them really do make a difference, and they give us time to get that big transformation happening before we really destroy the world, because things are coming up fast, right? And the biggest one is moving our fundamental energy use from carbon producing to renewables. And that's going to happen through electricity, right? So electrification, getting rid of our fossil fuel appliances, and including cars, is one of the really big ones. And here's an astonishing number that when I got told this, I didn't actually quite believe it, but the Caltech sustainability people convinced me it was true. If all of us made a pledge not to throw away any current fossil fuel appliances, but when we have to upgrade, when you need a new one, because most things don't last that long, right? You promise to buy electric instead of gas. So your next car is an electric car. Your next heater is a heat pump. Your next stove is an induction stove, not a gas stove. If we make the commitment that when we buy in the future and do that, if we all did it, we'd meet our emissions goals. It's a hugely powerful thing. Now, some of our grid is still pretty dirty, but you'd be astonished when you look at how much has already transformed, right? And as the electricity gets greener, then our contribution by having electrified goes up. So it's empowering. It says there's something I can do that will actually make a difference. When I do it and I tell other people why I'm doing it and get some of them to do it too, all of that really does make a difference and gives us pride of working together. Right? There are other really big ones. And anything you can do to reduce your energy use, great. We use way more energy than other countries with the same standard of living. when you're really poor, energy use really correlates with standard of living. But you reach the point of Japan, actually. Japan's at the optimal curve of standard of living and energy use. And then you add more energy use and you're just adding more energy use. You aren't actually improving life, right? So we could reduce a lot for that and it'll make a big difference, but it's not the final solution. We shouldn't lose track that the final solution has to be global, has to be communal. And when you say, but what about China doing whatever? Well, if we did it, they'll, that we used to be considered moral leaders, right? Let's go ahead and do that. And in fact, China has added a huge amount of solar production because they can see. You can see the future. It's what has to happen. There are still some big ones out there. I'm just going to add a couple that you probably don't think about. Construction materials are appalling of just how much carbon they use. And that's something you're not going to make a difference about, but it's something that we need continuing the research and going there. Air travel is still an issue. We don't know how to get enough energy into an airplane without a dense fossil fuel. Protecting our forests, planting trees. Trees absorb carbon dioxide and put out oxygen. When we strip mine for lithium to be able to have our solar batteries, we are wiping out tropical forests in Papua New Guinea. That's a huge carbon sink, right? And carbon sequestration, how to pull out the carbon that's already in the air, is a big research area. There's some really promising things. I just want to there's a lot of really great work going on. You go in and look at what they're doing on carbon sequestration or on battery development or on hydrogen. SoCal Gas is working to move them to being a hydrogen company rather than eventually they know that their methane is going to be out there. They're already mixing hydrogen in with their methane to reduce the carbon that goes out. There's a lot of things like that, and they all make a difference. And we have to recognize that the whole spectrum is needed, but whatever piece we do makes a difference and changes the nature of the discussion. We need to change how society's talking about it. And we have an opportunity because of the disasters. The disasters are making it real and current. And it's, I don't know if you've noticed, but denialism is not such a big issue anymore. Now people are much more willing to acknowledge that it's happening. They just then come up with these other reasons of why I can't do anything about it. So the next part of this is to really try and look at the things that are going on and what we can do. And a lot of the parishes are already doing things. And so a big chunk of the rest of the day, I really want to share what's already going on, share what's working, and come up. I actually have a small grant for my nonprofit for doing this work with the Episcopal Diocese. And I have a couple of staff members with me, or sort of staff member, volunteer with me, Becca and John, right? And one of the things is we want to take this information and write it up and be able to share it back out, right? So that's a part of today. I want to kick this off by asking Steve to come and talk with us. So Steve's from All Saints Riverside, that's just about ready to break ground on their big solar installation, who has gone through what is necessary. And there's, and again, another incredible opportunity. I sort of wish I'd focused on it a little bit earlier. I knew it was there. I didn't realize how good it was. The Inflation Reduction Act has, we've had tax credits for solar work, but of course, us nonprofits can't benefit from that. Government will now give us money back. You can get up to 30% of your project, total project costs, if it's towards solarizing or, and battery storage is also a big part of this. So, and you get the total project. So like we're looking at upgrading our 100-year-old electrical system that's really quite dangerous. If we are putting in solar, we have to upgrade it to do the solar. We can then get the whole cost of the project. And if you're in Los Angeles County, you get 40% back because somehow we fit the categories that the government set up. So it's an incredible opportunity. It's the most important thing we can do individually is our electrification. And Steve, I think you need to come and use the microphone.
Yes, my name is Steve Slayton, I'm the junior warden at All Saints in Riverside. And we've been going through the process of electrification or trying to become electrified, if that's the way you put it, for the last couple of years. And it's been a process as we've on a pretty steep learning curve. And we put together a document that we hope to share with anybody who would like to have it, that kind of runs through what we've been through and some of the pitfalls that we ran across while trying to install solar power. And I can make this available to you. Before I give any further, I'll give you my phone number and my email address. So we can do that. My phone number is area code 951-264-9048. And my email is, it's Junior Warden, but abbreviated, JR Warden at allsaintsriverside.org. So JR Warden, all one word, at All Saints Riverside, all no space, all lower cap, at allsaintsriverside.org. So if you're interested in a copy of this or have any other questions, any way that I can be of further help based on our experience in Riverside, just please give me a call or drop me an email. Go ahead. It's called the Solar Readiness Package. Go ahead.
I'm in the church in the diocese, so I've got an absolute they are doing it right. And we're happy to be at the corporation level and the church is unfortunately and and they did all that homework, guys. Please, anybody who's talking to your church about doing solar.
Oh, thank you. That's quite a compliment. Thank you very much. But we had to kiss a lot of frogs. I know we were talking to the senior warden from San Marino last week at a different meeting, at Lucy Jones's meeting on disaster resiliency. And he was where we were a couple of years ago. And basically it's choosing the contractor. And because you can go online and say solar power for a church or solar power. And what that does, it goes to a lead generator and they put it out. And I was getting calls from Connecticut. You know, I'm in Riverside, California. I'm getting calls from all over the place. And there's just all kinds of problems. And we'll get into that. But if you're looking at solar power at your parish, the first thing you want to look at is your roof, because everybody thinks rooftop, and rooftop is the most economic way to go, is to put it on your roof. But that can be problematic. First of all, your roof has to be new enough and solid enough to support a solar power array. At All Saints Riverside, we have an old clay tile roof that's kind of historically brick, it's kind of a mission style architecture. And that proved to be just a problem. It's not insurmountable, you can do it, but it increases the cost. They have to take the roof off, they have to sheet it, they have to put composites roofing on top of that, then they put the solar on top of that, then they frame around it so it appears that it's still all tile. But there's problems with it, and increases the cost.
Steve, can I
Yes.
make one comment? They don't all look at whether or not the walls are strong enough to handle that in the light of an earthquake.
That's
We
the
looked
other
at our
problem.
earthquake issues,
Yeah.
and I don't want to look at our roof.
Yeah, there are other solutions. One of them is a parking lot structure, or we've taken a parking lot structure and adapted it to over a grassy area that we use for outside social events and some services. And we usually put up pop-ups in the summertime. So that's going to alleviate that. We're going to dress it up with some fans and lights as well. So, I mean, they're all alternatives. But you got to, when you think about solar, you got to look at the orientation of your building. In Southern California, it's a south-facing building, you know, or a roof that is south-facing and unobscured by shades, or the building from trees, shades from trees or other buildings, is important because you want to maximize your daylight sun exposure to get the most bang for your buck. So if you're surrounded by high-rise building or large trees, you don't have a south-facing roof. It's not that you can't get solar, but you need to maybe take a good look at mitigating your expectations and what you're going to get out of it. So your sun exposure, again, you want to look for southern exposure, something that's unobscured by buildings and shade trees. If the trees can be removed, you know, that's one thing to consider. I know we all love our trees and we need more of them, but you may plant them in another part of your campus. In Riverside, to give you an example, we have a volunteer palm tree that nobody's going to be sorry that it's gone, but it's gotten as tall as its roof. So it's right at southern exposure where our roof is facing south. So what will happen is when the sun comes up and tracks, that little pencil shadow is going to go across every one of the solar panels. and all the new technology is mitigating this effect, what happens is the row of solar panels will only produce as much as the weakest one, right? So you don't want that little pencil line of shade going across, because over the course of the day, it's going to diminish the whole output consistently. So that tree's going to go. Nobody's sorry about that. The other options again are shade structures, and as we warm up and as it stays hotter longer, shade is important. If you have a place, if you got a good place in your parking lot to put it, you can park. Parishioners or other people visiting your campus can park there. If you throw in an EV charging station, you're encouraging people to drive EVs. That's eventually our next step once we get this done, is to try to get some EV charging stations installed. So there are some real advantages to doing that. If you don't have a roof or a roof structure that would support it, look for a shade structure. And again, that's what we're doing now in Riverside. It increases the cost, no doubt about it. They're expensive. To give you an idea, we have budgeted $250,000 for this project. Sorry, we budgeted $250,000 for this project, and we'll get into fund. Well, let's talk about it now. How did we do that? We did it, one, by the Inflation Reduction Act, which gives us 30% direct pay. An incredible boon for nonprofits. This is for nonprofits, and we all qualify. The 10% Dr. Jones was talking about, there are increments, or 3 increments of 10% each that you can add on to that if you meet certain criteria. One, and where LA comes in this, and I don't have this verified, so I've been told this once, but I haven't verified this, but it makes sense, is that if you're in an area, geographic area, where there's a large sector of the employment or large sector of the economy is derived from fossil fuel extraction or processing, which you are in LA County, a lot of oil drilling, a lot of refineries. So that, according to the senior warden at San Marino, who has it on good authority, I'm assuming talking to a CPA, that would qualify you for an additional 10%. That's almost half of your project paid for. That's an incredible incentive for us to move on solar power. The other 10%, one of them is if you're doing it at economically disadvantaged by census tract. And the third one, which nobody seems to figure out how to do, including those in the industry, is if you can get, this year, it's 45% domestic content. Everything's made overseas. But if you can somehow get even our steel that we're using in our structure, is likely to be coming from another country. So it's very difficult to quantify, and nobody, even in the industry, can kind of figure that out. But if you met all of that, you're at 60, 70% of your project costs. If you could meet all of them, and it's not likely that anybody will. LA County, probably in Ventura County, you could probably get that 10% for the fossil fuel extraction stuff. Choosing a contractor, I kind of alluded to that. And I was talking to Beverly Hills about this, and anybody who's just goes online and Googles, I need solar at my church, you're going to get calls from all over the place. And a lot of them, there's a lot of shysters out there. This is kind of like the wildcatting days of the oil boom in Texas. Everybody's trying to get a cut off the top. So the important thing to remember in choosing a contractor is find somebody who represents one company, not a broker. I even had a guy tell me, I said, well, look, we need multiple offers because we're going to take this to a board or investor. We need to do an analysis. And he goes, well, I can get you several, right? So he's going to get a cut off this. He's going to make a percentage off that. It's only going to increase the cost. So you need to find a company that all they do is commercial solar, and you deal with one representative that is employed by that company. That's my recommendation after going through kissing all the frogs, so to speak. Not pleasant, but you will also find that some of the companies that respond through these lead generators, when they find out you're a commercial entity, they just back right off, which is fine. But you just wasted a bunch of time talking to 3 or 4 of these guys, because what they want to do residential. Residential is where they can move, they can stick, and just keep moving. And that's good. That's their business model, and that's fine. But we are, even though we're nonprofit, we're commercial. So keep that in mind. system sizing. It's a good idea to know what size of a system that you want or that you can get. And I recommend getting as big a system as you can. In Riverside, we're fortunate. They recently increased the size of the system from 100% of the past 12 months usage to 150%. And the reason is, I believe Riverside is doing this is because they own a couple of gas generating power plants, and those are going to go by the wayside pretty quickly. And Riverside, I used to view Riverside Public Utilities as kind of like the enemy, but I'm finding more that I dig into it that Riverside is actually pretty progressive in terms of combating climate change, from a local government perspective. If you're in LA, you're probably with Edison, and they're going to limit you to 100% of your past 12 months usage. So in order to figure out what you're looking at, if you can get your utility bills, actually, if you're working with Edison, most utilities, the big utilities, participate in a program, I can't remember the name, but it allows contractors with your permission to go in and access your data on energy usage, electric usage over the past 12 months. So they can extract that, put it through a formula, and come up with a kilowatt rating for your solar system. And what that means, like we're getting a 60 kilowatt system. That means in a moment in time, that snapshot, you can generate maximum of 60 kilowatt, right? And that's about 140%. We couldn't take up enough space to get our 150%. So if you find a good contractor and you're interested in what your sizing, what size your system is, they'll be able, with your permission, to go in and calculate that for you. If you're in a municipality that doesn't participate, like Riverside doesn't participate in that system, we had to go in and pull up all of our electric bills, all of our utility bills over the past year, add it all up by hand, and then by talking to various contractors, there's a new formula that can work out, and you can get an approximation of what size of system that you need. And that's important because if you figure, I think last I checked, the average cost of rooftop solar was somewhere between, it's $2.41 a watt to $3.25 per watt. Now, the way you figure out the watt, I've got a formula in here. I don't need to belabor all that, but you can figure that out. You can calculate all that yourself and multiply it by those two factors, or an average of those two factors, the average cost of, and you can come up with a ballpark of how much this is going to cost. It's extremely helpful in planning because we had no clue. How much is this going to cost, right? So you need to have that before you can even start a capital campaign, before you can do your planning. You need to know roughly where you're going to end up. And this is one way to do it, absent having your utility provider participate in this program that will allow a contractor, again, to pull your data up and give you a rough estimate. Now, the cost per watt is also significant in comparing bids, because when you go through this process, you're going to get 3 different bids, and we did. We got 3 bids, we vetted the companies, we got our 3 bids, and then you look at them, and some of them are really wide, some of them are way up, some are way down, some are very close. I mean, we've looked at bids for rooftop. We were going to go rooftop until we figured out we could do 150%, but we couldn't get it on our roof. We shifted over to the shade structure. So you can, when you figure out how to figure out the per watt cost, it's an extremely useful tool in comparing the bids. This guy's at 350 a watt. Over here, you got 275. Well, what's the difference? Or you get ones that's extremely low and the other 3 are high. You wonder, well, why is that? What's different about this? So you want to pull out the extremes and take a look at them. Again, about the Inflation Reduction Act, it is really the time for nonprofits to take advantage of this. And it's particularly important since we're coming up on an election year, and the outcome of the election, we really don't know what's going to happen. But we know that for now, this act is there, it's the law, and people are taking advantage of it. If there is a change in administration, nobody knows what's going to happen. I personally think it's likely somebody's going to axe it. So I think if you're going to move, I would recommend you move quickly. Now, on fundraising, we were fortunate enough in Riverside to have a couple of benefactors, but we also got a little creative in that. And what we did is we found 3 families that were willing to give a no interest loan to the church of $25,000 each. So there's 75,000. Like I said, our total, we're anticipating a $250,000 bill. So we got 75, 30% coming from the federal government. That's 75. We got 75 in no interest loans from 3 different parishioners. So now we're halfway there. We're at $150,000, a little more than halfway there. So we've got 2/3 of our project paid for. The rest of it is coming from some small and medium donations. So this is important too. I think it's important to involve the congregation. If you had one benefactor to come in, which what we thought we were going to get, and we didn't get that, and actually it turned out to be a good thing because it involves everybody in the congregation. All of our parishioners can participate in this, and it's significant. It builds community. It builds a sense of pride. It builds what we're talking about here. What can we do? We are empowered. And it allows us to set an example for the parishioners, for our community in general, and other faith communities in our neighborhood. You know, they can look and say, hey, you know, these guys did this. And we need to act. We need to act now. We need to act collectively. So this collective participation in our fundraising is one way to do that. I think that's about it.
Yeah, thank you.
Contact me.
I'm tempted to offer time for questions, but we don't have that. So, you now know how to get them during lunch. Get more questions. He did create, this solar readiness package. Send him an email, he'll send you the PDF. Okay, so we can all participate in this. The next step I'd like to take is to start finding out what we're actually already doing. And I think mostly the fact that you showed up suggests there's at least concern in your church. You may be already undertaking some things. And what I want for the next table exercise is to really try and talk through what you've been doing that's working. Because again, my long-term goal is to come up with ideas that we can send out to everybody. Here's what worked here. Don't do it all. See this, and this is back to that problem. It seems like such an overwhelming problem. I think I got to do everything. And this is more like, here are 20 ideas, pick one, maybe 2 if you've got an active place. Figure out what works for you, because each of us making a difference is increasing the discussion. I'm wondering about timing, Melissa. I think we put down 20 minutes for this activity, though I think we put 10 for the last one and it went 20, so 15 for this one. I think we need at least 20. And then where's lunch? Is it going to be here? Yeah. Okay, let's do this for 20 minutes. We'll get the lunch set up and then maybe we can continue some of the discussions as we go through lunch. And this one we have 2 questions, sort of what do you think the church could be doing and what are you doing? So I'd really like to sort of focus on trying to figure out what are we doing and does it match? There's lots of ways we can help. So is it one of the ones that we think is really going to be helping? Sounds good. Got your same groups? Yeah, get in the same group. Yeah, this really big one back here. I mean, I suppose, well, there's too many people. If we're really sharing ideas, I was like, okay, should we do this as one group? But I think this is too big, yeah? Well, what do you think? Okay, we want to try or try doing it? There's going to be one big group over here. If you've got a good group at your table, go for it there and we'll get the notes from it and incorporate it all.
Yeah, I think they can
sort
themselves. Yeah. Okay, hold on. I have to
Did it again, click to join, and it shut me down.
Is this Patty?
Yes,
Oh, Patty, I'm so sorry. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Let me try. I assigned you to another room. Let me try to assign you to another room.
what happens is, and I was doing well with Steve, and then the screen came up and said, you know, they did a shift, and I was supposed to go and join. I think it said breakout 4 again. I click on the join the breakout room, and it throws me off completely.
Okay,
So
what?
where I have to relog in.
Oh my gosh. Okay, what room was Steve in?
I don't know, hon. That's the one you gave me to. He was
Okay, I'm gonna put you in room 5. Let's try that, okay?
okay. It's the one, are you still there, Rose?
Yes.
The room that I was in, David Valdivia, those guys were in that room.
Okay.
That could,
Let me find it.
yeah, at least those
Let's
are names
see.
I recognize, or I saw a few times.
Okay. Okay. It was a room with Daniel Valdez.
That the Valdivia or Valdez, that's one of the names I remember seeing. And then there was a 3 hyphen lady's name, and it was about 11 in the group.
Okay, I am looking right now. Okay, I think it may have been room 3. No, I'm sorry. I think I didn't actually do the assignments.
Yeah. Let's see, I've got, do I have a group that's come up here? I'm here. Whatever is on my screen right now, Rose Hayden Smith, Michael Robinson. This is the group that I have kind of been with, Carl Kubota, me. This seems to be a group of names that I've seen.
Okay. All right.
So I don't know what group number that is.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
but now when I go to click join, it could throw me back. I mean, it throws me completely off, right? Like I say, down to my screen where I've got to go find the email, log back into the Zoom and come back in.
Okay. I am so sorry. I'm going to message Samantha. Okay.
All right. But let me see. I'm going to try no, I'm not going to even hit join right. Should I hit join right now? There's Michael Robinson is in the top of it. And there you are, Rose.
Yeah. And
Will, Jan, that's the names I've been seeing.
Just click join.
Got it.
Yeah, good to go.
I can start the break.
All right, I'm gonna call it back to order.
See?
We're almost at the lunch hour now, and so I know we could chat about the wonderful work that we're doing all day, and I would love that. But I'm gonna bring us back to just a moment of attention here before we move to lunch. Can we take just a moment to celebrate all of the incredible work that's being done in the Episcopal Church here locally in the diocese that we talked about? And then also just the amazing resources and the sharing from Dr. Jones this morning has been incredible as well. And from all of our speakers. I'm going to steal a little bit of time here. Ken McCarthy said it was all right, and Bob asked me to do it. So in addition to the work that I do here locally with the Bishop's Climate Change Commission, and then nationally with the Center for Spirituality and Nature, I've been really honored to join a really remarkable team of writers and leaders working on a new creation care curriculum for Episcopal communities entitled Love God, Love God's World. And it's a 9-session film-based curriculum modeled on the racial justice resource, Sacred Ground. So each session of Love God, Love God's World includes compelling films, poems, readings, along with prayers, faith-based reflections, and discussion questions for really rich, transformative small group experiences focused on how we as a church deal with the spiritual crisis that is very much a part of this ecological crisis that we face. The resource itself is appropriate for newcomers who are taking their first steps, exploring creation care, engagement, and ecological faith. But it's also really useful for seasoned leaders who have been in this ministry and doing this work for some time. My hope, selfishly, because it'd be good for my career and my ministry, is that every congregation in our diocese will engage this material. But apart from my selfish motivations, I really believe that this will offer really necessary spiritual grounding for the work that we're doing. And it will stir the hearts and guide our hands as Episcopalians into faithful action. Now, you can find more information on the curriculum at episcopalchurch.org. The full URL is there in your program for today. I'd also just briefly like to raise up Blessed Tomorrow. They have an Episcopal training program for climate ambassadors that will equip folks with needed information so that they can share and talk about climate crisis in a way that is educated and accessible. So as we prepare to break bread and take a little break from our work, I'd just like to offer a prayer of invocation. This particular prayer is written by Isola White. I invite you to a space of reverence and quiet as we pray. Loving God, bless all those gathered here today. As we come together in friendship and fellowship, thank you for the blessings of our individual and collective God-given gifts. Place in our hearts the desire to make a difference to our families, to our community, to our country, and to the many cultures and people worldwide. Give us balance in times of distraction and uncertainty. Help us move towards our goals with determination and always with an abundance of humor. Thank you for food in a world where many know only hunger. For our faith in a climate changed world where many know fear. Thank you for friends in a world where many experience loneliness. Please bless this food we are about to share, those who planted it, harvested it, prepared it, and those who serve it.
and for those who have worked so hard to make today the special occasion that it is. For all of this, and for so much more, we give you thanks. Amen.
Thank you, Peyton. So we've set the tables up for food so you can go on two sides to get your lunch. So please do that because there are 70 of us and we have exactly 30 minutes for lunch. So I'm gonna, instead of waiting for someone to go first, I'm gonna ask this table right here, if you would please go first. You get in line, and then maybe the table right next to them here, and then everyone else just feed in. So let's go do it. We'll reconvene at 12:45. Yes, Jack. Sam, where do you want the money? Cash, checks, or donation on the website. There's a little box on the table back there. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not hearing much, but I know, Scott, I see break please, and I know I'd like a break as well. So why don't we take a break, and feel free to hang out here if you want. But why don't we take a break, and then we'll plan to reconvene. I'm guessing it's going to be a little later than 12:30, although the program says 12:30. And there's some really good stuff coming up this afternoon. So I hope that you'll stay, including the Climate 101 presentation that Kate Varley Alonso is going to give. Anyway, thanks so much for participating and hanging with it. Love you so much.
See you in 15.
12:45. Okay.
Karen, can you hear me on the Climate Change Summit group? I heard you just a moment ago. Hi.
Were you able to get into your second breakout group?
Yeah. I got through to and it seems like, and I'm gonna go click me off of because I can hear you. I could hear you blowing your nose a few moments ago.
Rose will have to click you into a group.
Oh, well,
Now you're unmuted on that, so now it's causing feedback on the phone.
Okay, if
okay.
it's really
Well, I'll
hard
let
to
you go. I'm still hanging in there.
All right, you're just take rest.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Sam. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone on Zoom. We are going to begin our afternoon program with music. Yeah. So we have Sheila and Dave Loer here from St. Andrews Fullerton, who thank you very much for being here. They came, I don't know, Thursday they were invited. The musician that we thought we had couldn't make it, so very last minute. So special thanks to both of you for being here. What's the point? The music is actually in the bulletin. Okay, do it now.
You're supposed to sing.
Yeah.
You all ready?
We need to hold our eyes to the
Now couldn't be a better opening to advocacy. Do it now. I'm Daniel Tam. I'm lately of All Saints Beverly Hills, soon to be the deacon at St. Michael's Riverside. And I'm on the advocacy subcommittee. And I just want to point out that we have some results of our advocacy with the state legislature for the past few months. You know, the whole idea of advocacy is that, you know, Joey Courtney can, you know, call his state assembly member or state senator in the San Fernando Valley, you know, or, you know, Gloria Sefton can do the same thing in, you know, Orange County. And if that's it, we get nowhere. But all of us, each of us, collectively reaching out to our state legislators, to our city council members when it has to do with climate action, we can make a difference. We absolutely do make a difference. They pay attention, the elected officials pay attention to what's coming in through their portal. And if they notice that there's a heavy concentration of people from faith communities, that really makes a difference because they've never seen that before. So let's show them something that they've never seen. Let's all get engaged in action and let's make a difference. And here is how we've made a difference. The climate environmental bills that were in the state legislature, there was a pair of bills. Well, let me tell you to where we failed, okay? SB 674.
would have built on existing law requiring community air monitoring systems to be installed near petroleum refineries. They wanted to expand on that. It didn't make it through the state Senate or the Assembly. So it failed. But another bill, AB 631, Community Safety and Protection Act, which was about essentially the oil and gas industry cleaning up after themselves. You know, we were all taught by our families, right? Just clean up after yourselves, right? Well, it's just common sense, it's common practice, common courtesy. And so we asked the oil and gas industry to do the same thing. Well, of course, they threw millions of dollars in lobbyists to convince legislators, no, we're doing enough now. We don't really need to do any more. So this bill was facing massive obstacles. We advocated, not just us, but many other people advocated collectively, and the bill passed beyond anyone's reasonable expectation. So I'm going to ask about sending something to the governor in a minute. There was another pair of bills to address transparency around corporate admissions, SB 253, and also SB 261. That's basically companies making more than $500 million annually. You know, they're making a profit on this, right? To report financial risks related to climate change. And lawmakers approved both. So this is really on the verge of being miraculous that this happened. There will be a sheet in the back if you would take it. I think we want to follow up with an email with the same sheet, but take it so you can look at it and study it, what it is that we're asking for. It's a simple portal that goes through on the governor's website. It goes right into the governor's office. A simple message, put it into your own words, speak from your heart, and let's get these laws onto the books by having the governor sign these things, to take moral responsibility, Governor Newsom, and sign these things, and let's keep being the leader in climate as we are throughout the United States. Thanks for your time. And I couldn't be more delighted to be the person who stands up here and introduces my friend, my colleague, fabulous climate person and educator, Kate Varley Alonso.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Let me do this. Do it. Oh, here we go. Just need to view. All right. Okay. Hopefully that'll come up in just a second. Three, two, one. All right. Yay. Okay. So I am Kate Varley Alonso, and I am the co-chair, along with Paula Walker, of the Education Subcommittee. And I'm also a trained climate leader. I'm a certified climate leader with the Climate Reality Project, as Ken McCarthy introduced earlier. And so as that trained climate leader, I wanted to let you know I am a citizen activist. I am not a scientist. And so I call myself an accidental activist, if you will. And isn't that always Jesus' way? And I'm here to offer, on behalf of the Education Committee, the subcommittee, a resource to you. And I'm going to give you a brief overview, a preview, little snippets of a longer, more in-depth presentation that we've created that we'd like to bring to your congregations, your coffee hours, your lunch groups, whatever it is, even your Sunday schools, that that is in essence a climate change 101. So let me dive in and introduce you to part one. Part one it revisits what we've studied in school maybe a few years ago, and it's titled, Have You Seen Earth? It used to be the answer was no, but in 1968 that changed with this very first image taken from space called Earthrise. It was a revelation showing humanity the fragile and finite nature of the planet, our only home. And these days we're getting reminders every day that yes, our planet is fragile, it is finite. Our Earth, as you know, is surrounded by a thin shell of atmosphere. It's been described as an envelope of gas, a multi-layer cake, a coating of shellac, a protective blanket. It keeps us warm. The way it's supposed to work is, and of course Lucy went over some of this earlier, solar radiation, the sun's rays beam down to Earth. The radiation passes through our atmosphere. Some of that energy radiates back out into space, while some is trapped or held inside by our atmosphere, which is supposed to be a good thing because it keeps us at livable temperatures. But now, due to the buildup, the concentration, if you will, of greenhouse gas emissions in our atmosphere, too much of that radiation is being trapped, and it's raising our temperature. We're spewing 162 million tons of global warming greenhouse gas pollution into our atmosphere every 24 hours. Emissions from all of these things, coal plants, coal mining, oil production, fertilization, industrial agriculture, you can see this little animation. All those things, the majority of which, of course, are fossil fuels, about 80% or more. And of course, they emit CO2. It's causing the warming that we're all feeling. Here's a NASA visualization of the amount of warming since 1880, when we began keeping records. And you can see as the years go by that we're pretty okay. We're pretty okay until now about 1960, a little bit more yellow, a little bit more warming. Now we hit the 80s and it really starts to go up. And this goes through last year. So that was an overview of part one. Part two, we move on to the history of climate change. This is something that really struck me, so I wanted to include it. And this section profiles a fascinating cast of characters, including this woman, Eunice Newton Foote, an American scientist and inventor, who in the 1850s identified the potent effect of CO2. And she reported an atmosphere of that gas would give to our Earth a high temperature. Flashing forward to the 1890s, this Nobel Prize winner, Svante Arrhenius, found that the CO2 being emitted from factories and the CO2 being emitted was from factories and industrial sources. So what does that mean? From human activities. This is the 1890s. In other words, the problem was man-made. As written up in the small article from a newspaper in 1902, the combustion of coal by civilized man is gradually warming the atmosphere. The Earth will be baked in a temperature close to the boiling point. 1902. Fast forwarding again to the 50s, 1950s, and to Charles Keeling, who invented how to measure the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere. And he proved it was going up. This is the Keeling curve, and it's hailed as one of the most important scientific works of the 20th century because it shows us what's going on. The planet's CO2 concentration is measured daily And this is from a week ago, last Thursday, September 7th. And look, top right, 418 parts per million. The higher the concentration of CO2, the hotter our temperatures. You can see back in the 60s, it was closer to the low 300s. And one more history tidbit that I just have to include right now is from 2008. And it shows that climate change wasn't always so partisan.
Nancy Pelosi, lifelong Democrat, and Speaker of the lifelong Republican, and we used to be Speaker. We don't know this is not when you claim upon identity and new benefits, we can start the innovation we need. So we can solve it back forward. Together, we can do this.
Doesn't that kill you? Okay. Moving on to part 3, connecting the climate change dots. This segment looks at impacts, and there are many, and shows how they're all connected. We'll only go over a few. First, rising temps. We're all feeling the heat, but look at how long this has been a one-way street, since the 80s. 21 of the 22 hottest years have occurred since 2002. And the 9 hottest of all have been the last 9 years. This year is on track to join that group, and it's actually on pace to be the hottest ever. Moving on to warming oceans. We just saw how the heat building from the trapped greenhouse gas emissions is raising our land temps. So where is the other heat going? Well, most of it, 93%, is going into the ocean. And it too is getting hotter. Not just on the surface of the ocean, but all the way to depth. And half of the increase has occurred in less than 20 years. The amount of heat is impacting marine life. Here's a NOAA visualization from this past July, when the water temperature off Florida hit 101 degrees. Stressing and bleaching the coral in the Florida waters, particularly around the Keys. See that bright red there. And you may have seen this quote from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who said of July, "The era of global warming has ended and the era of global boiling has arrived." So connecting the climate change dots, raising temps and warming oceans are the recipe for extreme weather, droughts, and fires. Impacts which are measurably more intense, more frequent, and more unpredictable. And I think we can all see and feel that. And they're costing us $2.6 trillion since 1980. So I include some of these things because I can't believe it. And I'm hoping that when it's all in one place, it really hits you. So far this year, through August, there have been $23 billion disasters. And that's including, of course, the devastating fire on Maui. That's a record for the most disasters in a year. And we still have 4 months to go. The US is not alone, of course. $billion disasters are happening around the globe. And everybody knows about the wildfires that have been raging in Canada since April. This is actually a snapshot of last Tuesday. There are still hundreds of fires going, and 257 of the fires were rated out of control. And of course, a few days ago, as we all know, the truly heartbreaking floods taking so many lives in Libya. So we must ask ourselves, are the costs of these extreme events around the world and here at home finally so great that we can say enough and act? Well, we can act and we should act, because I truly believe this, we can solve this. How do we know? All the technologies needed to cut emissions in half by 2030 and keep us on track for net zero by 2050 already exist, and the policies that drive their deployment are already proven. So don't listen to the naysayers. We have what we need right now. Let's take solar. Original projections showed very small growth in solar by 2010. By 2010, that had been exceeded 17 times. By last year, that had been exceeded 252 times. Solar capacity is exploding up. And that's because the price is dropping down. Solar is becoming the cheapest electricity in the history of the world. How about wind? The original projection was slow growth by 2010, and by last year, that goal had been exceeded by a factor of 31. Capacity, again, is going up in wind because the cost continues to come down. Renewable sources are getting cheaper and cheaper, and gas and fossil fuels are more and more expensive. Just think of the whopping prices that you're paying at the pump. Sticking with fossil fuels makes no sense. More than 90 countries now have wind power. It's truly amazing. And California yesterday announced a huge investment in wind, offshore wind, which we're behind countries in offshore wind. So that's a huge area that can grow. And California made a big announcement yesterday, which is great news. Worldwide, carbon-free sources generated more electricity than coal or natural gas in 2022. That is really exciting. So I could stop there, and that's all great news, and it's going to go up and up and up. But wait, there's more. There's been a historic breakthrough, which we've heard a little bit about already. Everyone say hello to Ira and Bill. The Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law. I don't know if that's what I should be calling them, but that's what I'm calling them, Ira and Bill. The two pieces of legislation made headlines when they were passed, large, sweeping, the most comprehensive climate change and emissions reductions bills ever, and they're working. IRA allocates $369 billion to energy security and climate solutions, but it can be far higher than that, and we can make that happen. 1 year later, here's a little report card. It's on whitehouse.gov. Hundreds of clean energy and climate projects are underway in the public and private sectors. Millions and billions are being invested. Wind is expected to triple. Solar is expected to increase 7 to 8-fold. Battery deployment will double. EV sales have already tripled. And much of the spending, over 40%, at least 40%, and hopefully a lot more, is going to be on equity and environmental justice projects and programs. The money's been allocated for those programs. It's allocated for that. Okay, that's IRA. Our friend Bill allocates 1.2 trillion. This is the infrastructure bill, to a variety of things, but it includes solutions for the climate crisis, which I didn't know. So just 2 years in, 185 billion has been announced or awarded for almost 7,000 projects in all 50 states, DC, and the territories. This is the infrastructure bill, which of course will mean bridge repair, but it's also low to no emission public transit, clean school buses, clean water infrastructure, the build out of the national network of EV charging stations, drought resilience, ecosystem restoration, wildfire mitigation, flood resistance, and even cleanup of legacy pollution of old fossil fuel sites. The list goes on. Those are the things I just couldn't stand not telling you about. But it's a long list. Thanks to Ira and Bill, US federal spending on climate solutions is expected to more than triple. Together, Ira and Bill could deliver greenhouse gas emissions reductions of 1 billion tons or 40% by 2030. But we all know that isn't enough. So what do? Lucy talked about it. Electrify everything. According to rewiringamerica.org, we can achieve net zero emissions by installing 1 billion machines, the rise of the machines in a good way. So what machines? Let's take a look at what machines. In our households and at our churches, appliances and autos. So here's what to do next time you're car shopping. Say goodbye to that gas car and say hello to your EV and charger. When it's old, replace your gas stove with an electric or an induction cooktop, or buy a little $100 induction unit and put it right on top of your gas stove. And don't use your gas stove anymore if you can't do it right away. Switch out your gas furnace with a heat pump heating and cooling. Retire your gas dryer and go electric. Upgrade your water heater with a heat pump water heater. Plus, think about obviously adding solar and battery storage. The Inflation Reduction Act makes money available for all of these things. We touched on it earlier. These are tax credits, so just cherry picking a few. 30% for battery storage, $7,500 for a new EV, $2,000 for a heat pump space heating and cooling unit, 30% for rooftop solar, the list goes on. All of these are significant amounts you can subtract from the tax bill you owe. You can also get rebates. Let's zoom in on those. Rebates will include $4,000 for an electric panel, $8,000 for the space heating, heat pump, $840 for an electric dryer, $8,000 for energy efficiency upgrades, and more. And keep in mind, these are just what the Inflation Reduction Act offers. There may also be layered on top of that local incentives and additional incentives for nonprofits. So that's the layering of all of this money that we can all take advantage of. And the way to find out about it is to download this free booklet called Electrify Everything and you can calculate how much money you can get from the tax credits, rebates, and other incentives at rewiringamerica.org. So go ahead and go to that site. It's incredibly robust and they explain it step by step by step by step. It's fantastic. Stand firm then with the belt of truth buckled around your waist. No doom and gloom. Hope is a renewable resource. If we act and reach true net zero, global temperatures will stop increasing in 3 to 5 years. And about half of our human-made CO2 will fall out of the atmosphere within 30 years. We can do this. Human-caused climate change is going to be human-solved climate change. Our precious blue marble is counting on us. Thank you. That was our review of our presentation. Thank you. And of course, we'd love to roll out our more in-depth presentation or any part that you'd be interested in at a congregation near you. So please email Paula or myself, and we'd love to talk to you about it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kate. I think I'm next. This is your computer, isn't it?
Yes.
You want to take it back? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Not that I know. I'm not going to use a computer for this next stage. This section has sort of been what's already going on. So you've heard about the advocacy committee. You've heard about the education committee. I've been chairing the disaster resilience committee, which is focused on the idea that disasters are increasing. They're going to get worse. If you look at the climate problem, we are at the point, we have two goals. One is emission reduction. How do we stop it getting worse and turn it around? The second one is what we call climate adaptation. How do we deal with what we've already done to ourselves? And the increase in disasters is big. It's now we're really getting into my professional competency, right? I've been studying disasters for a while. And I will tell you that what's coming on a global scale is much worse in climate than any earthquake. An earthquake can destroy a city, but the climate is happening to the world. And emotionally, we are much more concerned about earthquakes. They happen suddenly. There's no prediction. We don't see them coming. Remember my temptation of the flesh, all of those evolutionary driven desires, they make earthquakes seem really bad. But who's afraid of the rain, right? Rain's good, got a really good side, not a big deal. I would point out that last week, 3,000 people died in an earthquake in Morocco, but 20,000 people died from floods in Libya. And that in the long run, it's going to be doing a lot more to us. And it's going to be affecting all of us. I mean, Southern California does disasters really well, right? And we don't spend so much time on tornadoes, that we're getting them too. But, we just got our own tropical storm. There will be a time there's a hurricane, but I think wildfires, and of course, the winter storms, it's interesting. I spent a lot of time in this disaster project that I did with USGS trying to convince people that California winter storms were as bad as hurricanes, right? And now we finally got a hurricane and see it was as bad as one of our winter storms. But more people have died in California from weather disasters than earthquakes, just in California, right? So, and we know they're getting worse. And what do you do to deal with that? And that's a place where community makes a big difference. I've started saying, forget the kit, talk to your neighbor instead. And I really do believe that the way a community recovers from disasters, you go and study communities that don't recover, it's because people don't feel the need to come back. They aren't drawn to the community. So the degree that you are connected to people, the social scientists call it social capital. And then direct correlation between the degree of social capital within a community and its ability to recover from a disaster. It's a problem for Southern California, right? We don't do community really well either. And our churches are our exception. It's a place where we're already coming together and caring about people. But if we want to be there to help our community when things happen, we need to know what we need to do. We need to plan beforehand and make a difference. So actually, when the commission started, Hannah McCarthy asked me if I would create a disaster preparedness committee, and I refused. I said, I don't do preparedness. I'll do disaster resilience, right? I don't want to just pick up the pieces afterwards. I want to keep it from being a disaster in the first place. So I've been working with some people from my center over the last year to develop a program. We recruited a cohort of who wanted to connect at the beginning, came in from a variety of sources. Several of them are ones that have been here as part of the commission. We've got 6 parishes that have stuck with it and worked together. We've developed a package of materials that you can use within your parish to think about, to take you through the process. At the beginning, like, who are we? What do we want to do? Right? What are the disasters we need to face? We all think about earthquakes, and there's a lot of resources out there. I can show you what's your chance of having earthquakes. Problem is, it's developed out of 100,000 year time frame, so it doesn't tell you what's actually going to happen to you, but it gives you the probabilities. And what are our flooding risks, and where is our wildfire risks? And I think that, and then you should be, as a church, saying, these are the ones I think we need to worry about for our location. If Mar Vista might want to think about tsunamis, even then, probably not. But maybe some of your parishioners. The rest of us mostly don't have to worry about it. I'm not going to do that in South Pasadena. Right? So it's a process for you to get through there. And then to look at what are the things that you can do and decide which ones you want to take on. We're recommending that everybody start with a communication plan, because you can't help somebody if you don't know who needs help. Right? So the very first step for everybody should be coming up with a process that if some disaster strikes your community, how are you as a church figure out who needs help?
And we've got suggestions for that and recommendations on how to go about it. The second one that is also, how are you maintaining documentation for your parish? Right? How many of us have parish records? Okay? Baptismal records that are in books stuck somewhere, maybe a basement, right? And probably more relevant, what's your insurance coverage? Will whoever's still around on the day after the flood know how to find your insurance policy? Does it actually cover floods? A lot of policies don't, right? Putting that documentation in a digital form. You know, we used to have all these things about how to do record storage. Now we say just put it in the cloud. Scan it and put it in the cloud so you can get it from anywhere. And it's a really basic thing to do. And then you can explore other things you might want to do. Do you want to be a cooling center for your community? Because excess heat is the deadliest natural disaster in America. Over the last 50 years, we've killed more people from excess heat than any other disaster. And that's one we know is getting worse. Right? So anyway, go through these possibilities and then start looking about how we can help each other. Because, you know, how do you relate to the Episcopal parish in the next community over? Are they your competitor for getting parishioners? Yeah, a little nervous laughter on that one, isn't it? But we also could be our partners. And so that's, in our first cohort, we decided just get whoever's signing up. And we've ended up, it's actually a great group to sort of look at how it works. We have Riverside, Irvine, San Pedro, and then 3 St. Edmunds or San Marino, South Pasadena, and Monrovia. So we have 3 pretty close together and 3 that are spread farther apart. I had been debating how to set it up, and I finally said, let's just see who shines up, and we'll just random cohorts have a big point because, you know, the fire comes into Monrovia. Those of us in South Pasadena are here quick, able to help. The ones in Irvine aren't affected and may be able to provide more resources, you know? And we're asking people to figure out, do you have parishioners who'd be willing to offer a place to stay for somebody who's been evacuated? Okay, that type of thing, and share it with somebody from the next parish over. So that's what the program is. I've actually got several people from it that are here. Does anybody want to say anything about what you've seen of it so far? We've gotten together, we've each done, we're at different stages in it, and and then we've gotten together a couple of times. I don't know, have I shared everything that needs to be shared?
I can just say that from Riverside, everybody was engaged. We've got some action plans, some that we didn't have prepared, ideas that we got from other parishes. Yeah, we're really enthusiastic. I think it's a good template and we want that.
Thanks. One of the things that sort of surprised me, this is St. Luke's Monrovia really stepped up after we did this and sort of talked, went, you know, there's probably other things we could help each other with. How about we just get the wardens together? And they asked for a Deanery 5 wardens meeting. And I think maybe 8 parishes showed up. Was one of the most useful things I've gone through. And there was like, oh yeah, we've had this, you know, we're facing a dying organ. And 2 other parishes have recently refurbished their organ. We can talk to their director of music and get more help. We're in transition. There's a couple of them that know it's coming. Hey, can you tell us what went on with this process? And it was, you've got to find the right motivation to do it. St. Luke's took the lead on this. I would recommend it to anybody. It was the most useful thing as a warden to just go. The scariest part there was talking to people. Oh yeah, I've been warden for 9 years. Ooh, no, let's not do that. But anyway, put that out there. It's, you know, one of the goals of this is to create increased social capital, and it's happening. You know, I now know the wardens of all these other churches and have talked with them, gone and visited. And it's just really turning out, I think, wonderfully. We are writing it up though. We have documented this and with the package, we've got a draft available. I want to see a second cohort started for the next year. And I'd like to encourage you to think about volunteering for this. I would really like to find somebody else who wants to lead this cohort. They can call me at any time and I'll give them advice. But I think for us to really get it going, I can't be trying to lead it for the whole diocese. Melissa, how should we get people who want to join? You could sign up as we leave.
Sure, that'd be great. So, send it down 3 people, all 3, Bob Williams at bobwilliams@LADiocese.org, Sam Wiley, Samantha Wiley at LADiocese.org, and Melissa at LADiocese.org.
So let's try to get another cohort going. I said, we had aimed, I think 6 is on the smallest, it's about as small as you want to do it. You really want to try and get at least 10 because some of them are going to drop out. I can tell you from experience. But it's a way that, the disasters are getting worse. It's only a matter of time till we have a Maui type wildfire coming through here. And it blows into San Gabriel Valley. It'd be really, really easy for it to happen. And how are we going to help each other when that comes along? And on that cheerful note, the next step is really about, we're going to shift gears a little bit. So I want to take one moment, maybe if people have questions or comments you want to share with the group right now before we move on to the next section. Yeah.
So a lot of today, they make any interest in decreasing despair, instead of how individual action that churches take. Wondering if there is a church action that can be taken against the sort of corporate angle of misuse of environmental resources. Is there anything to be done in that arena that we could do?
Well, okay. So one question is, we've been talking a lot about what we can do individually and with churches. Is there anything we can do against the corporate misuse? I'll start by saying the degree to which we go against, and when it's framed that way, it's going to make it harder. So is there some way, I agree with, we need it, but we need to think about how we do it. And I would also argue that the advocacy is one role through government. One of the things I've been thinking about, and the problem is I don't have a good answer for it. But imagine there's a lot of the decisions about our electrical system or our energy systems that happens at the municipal level. We look at government seems so overwhelming, and how do you deal with all the stuff? And when I do my music thing, people tell me, you just got to go and get country western people because those are the only ones where we get listened to, where we need to have it happen. And yeah, right. There's a point, but that's also it's actually not true, because so much does happen locally. I live in Pasadena. Pasadena has its own municipal utility. The decision to burn natural gas is happening locally, right? And those of you who live in Los Angeles and there's a municipal utility, that's a sort of bigger one to take on, I got to tell you. But there are still city councilmen make a difference. And to the degree that we talk to our local government leaders, that's where a lot of the change is going to happen. And we are, each individual church is not that many people. The diocese is something bigger. And I see the potential, and I don't know the answer yet. I would love more brainstorming as we go forward. What could we do as a larger organization? Right? Is church leadership really seen as moral leaders anymore? There's definitely challenges within our community about this. But I can't help but believe if we somehow made it clear that there were lots and lots of churchgoers asking for this, that it wouldn't make a difference. But I don't know. I haven't figured out a mechanism to capture that energy. And I would love to put it out there that that's a big part of what we need. Yeah. Yes.
I have some friends, geologists, working in Wyoming,
mineral extraction. Yeah.
But he said, that there's a reason why lithium is a rare earth. There's not a lot of lithium. If we start converting electric to rechargeable, there's not enough lithium to do that.
All right, so that's also an excuse. Let's come up with all the reasons why it's too difficult, so we won't try it all, because it's too difficult to imagine what it's really like. Yes. Battery technology is a big issue, which means we need to do more research in battery technology, right? And actually we are. There is a huge amount of work that's actually being done that's really making a difference. There's also the potential of things like, as people who feel threatened talk about the gas company, right? We're saying we need to get that out of our house. Well, they're looking at how they can convert their infrastructure to hydrogen, which is essentially a completely non-toxic battery. You take the electricity and split the water and get the hydrogen, and then you let the hydrogen explode in whatever way you're doing it, and you're back to water. And it's not the most efficient energy transmission process that's going on, but it's real, right? So that's another type of battery storage. And yes, there's a lot of issues around that, but the work is going on. And one of the things that we need to do is support people who are choosing to do the work. And back on the corporate side, there's a lot of corporate energy going into this. I have seen some really good stuff out of utilities, because the smart ones know this is the future, right? So I would think that is the sort of the direction that we're going to go. Ed?
Well, two things. I saw a couple of news stories last year that one of the largest deposits of lithium in the world is in the the Imperial Valley. So it's right here, and there's plenty of it. They don't have to be very far to get it. Now I am going to offer something as a stretch. I'll be very brief. But if you look at everything involved with the extraction, distribution, and consumption of fossil fuels, that includes the billions of dollars they spend on disinformation campaigns. I have come to the conclusion that industry is intrinsically evil. I'm serious. I want you to make your own decision how you want to proceed, whether it's activism, etc., advocacy, but also every time you give them a penny, you are actively participating in it because you are contributing to it. Think about that in terms of your own personal choices. Thank you for letting me share.
And on that note, it's time to talk about social equity. So we're going to, wait a minute, Lisa. We have people online who need to hear you. So how do we, if you want to work from that wall, I think we need to move a little bit of something or other over at a minimum online for the room.
Really?
Yeah. Welcome to High Tech.
Yes, awesome. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for being such a good crowd. Oh my gosh, what a lot of energy in this room. And what can we do together? This is fabulous. But would love to sort of channel your energies right now. We talked earlier on in regards to us being instruments of justice and reconciliation regarding this climate action and getting to a cleaner future, right? Then in the climate crises, the biggest impact is on vulnerable populations. That was brought up a little bit earlier too. It's a Christian imperative to help the poor in the face of climate change, right? So some of those themes were brought up earlier on. What I'd like to do is to engage you in regards to a more of a global discussion in regards to what we could do regarding equity. And where I'd like to start is actually finding out from you what equity means to you. Right. So if you could start talking, and I will scribe as half the room already knows that I like to do. Fairness. What else comes up in terms of equity? What does it mean to you? Yeah. Sure, absolutely. So we have we've started our conversation in regards to equity. And we got fairness so far as a shout out, equal access to resources. What else do we think in regards to equity? What comes to mind from your standpoint?
People getting what they need, not quality. Give $100 to a good person and a poor person.
Okay, so we have people getting what they need, not necessarily getting the same thing for everyone as an individual.
Equal access to education.
Equal access to education.
Leveling the playing field.
Yep, leveling the playing field. Yes, yes. Who said that? Keep talking, sister. Share risk and benefits. There's big area to unpack. What else?
Language equity.
Language equity. Say more. Speak more.
Resources are available in English, Spanish.
Multi-language resources. Gotcha. Acknowledging different. Could you say a little bit more?
In order to truly achieve equity, you have to acknowledge that people are starting from different places.
Yep. People are starting from different places. And I think you were getting at that in regards to your thought about corporations and holding them accountable. We had a nice sidebar conversation over here in regards to grid access, and at the end of a grid line, you know, most often you'll find vulnerable communities that maybe the grid is not being kept to the same maintenance level as other more vocal or politically connected communities. What else?
Oh, my neighborhood, I live in South Los Angeles, where our electrical system is 80 years old. The insulation fell off of it decades ago. And I get flashing on and off all the time.
Yes. Yep. Resiliency, reliability, that tends to be a problem in regards to areas that are more vulnerable, right?
You know, they're more poor and older.
And I apologize, I'm going to have you actually repeat all of that. What were you saying?
We are fair benefits across the board.
Okay, share benefits across the board. And then living wage. Access to technologies. Information. And I didn't catch the very end of that. Oh, definitely. Definitely bridging that digital divide, right? Red line communities, right? And you'll find that, yeah, so kind of, you know, as we're thinking about vulnerable communities, you had brought up right dead on in our conversations as a group over here, but the role of the church and really looking at those communities that are most impacted, right? And what we can do in regards to helping them out, direct and volunteering in that area. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, reaching out to rural communities. Yeah. Yeah. People, reaching out to rural communities, people's voices included in decision-making, and then childcare. There's a lot that goes into this, isn't it? There's a lot of areas in which there's inequity. Yes. What now? Trauma. Oh, you hit on something huge. Trauma-informed practices. Gotcha.
Asking, not assuming.
Being non-assuming?
Asking, not assuming.
Oh, asking, not assuming. What else? What? Yep. Yep. Reparations. Yep, gender gap and equal pay. Yep, and online. Okay, reimbursing what? Okay. Okay, so, and I hope that I'm saying this right, but reimbursing and rewarding environmental and climate change actions. And I know that you said something about preventing that as well and providing examples. Okay, close enough.
No,
there's a
actually,
lot
it
that
isn't.
goes
It's
into
not
this,
close
right?
enough.
There's a lot of different thoughts in regards to equity and what that actually means.
Why don't you correct it?
Incentivizing education.
Incentivizing education. Yep. Yep. Okay, so incentivizing education and training in the shift to renewable energy. So making sure that nobody is left behind, right? All right. A lot of good thoughts here in regards to equity and what it is and maybe what it isn't. So let's sort of unpack in regards to this. I don't know if you all have seen that illustration in regards to equity in which three people of varying abilities, and you're smiling, right? You know this one. I could actually, I'm going to have you describe it. You've been quiet.
It's an image, and it's pretty old actually. There's two kids looking at a game, and they're looking at a wall. And the keys, if they were equal, they'll all have access. They're different heights. They'll all have access, speaking of equality, for something to just stand them up equally. But equity will be the kids are standing in boxes that will help them see the game equally, not just, oh, I provided you the boxes, but then the other two cannot access it. So you provided the boxes that will be able for them to see everything the same.
Exactly. And well said. Thank you so much for lending your voice. Titan, right? Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. So that's what we're really sort of trying to get at regarding equity. And I think this is a place where most of us stumble, is that if we provide folks with equal access to the same materials, that there's something that's going to happen in which they'll take advantage of it, because all they need to know is to know about it in order for them to take action. And it's really that realization that people are at different stages of this, right? So like, oftentimes I will hear, I do a lot of energy equity groups. I bring together the utilities with community action organizations, nonprofits, government organizations, and bring everybody together to make sure that no one is left behind in regards to this transition to a new energy future. And often what I'll hear most often is that, well, we just need to provide, you know, vulnerable communities with more solar panels. We need to provide them with the money to do this. Oh, they can get a low interest loan and do this themselves. What you really don't realize when you're going to a lot of these vulnerable communities. So like my career at my current consulting firm goes back 5 years. My first project was mapping the low income customer journey for ComEd in the state of Illinois. And you would just not believe how difficult it is for a person in a vulnerable community to garner all the resources that are available. Like you're going in to meet with your Catholic charities and all of this, you're going into very dangerous communities. You're burning a whole day of work to bring all this paperwork, only to find out that you left the paperwork at home. So you've got to burn another full day. It's very, very time consuming. So in Chicago, you know, the winters are quite cold there. I don't know how familiar with some of you guys are with Chicago, but, you know, you find vulnerable communities that are already all electric power, right? If they don't have a counterbalancing energy source and giving the lack of weatherization in their homes, utility bills in a Chicago winter that are totally electric are thousands of dollars. And this is a low income, you know, community person just sort of scraping to get by. So really, when we're talking about equity, it's not necessarily running into vulnerable communities with solar panels. It's looking at the housing stock and looking at the quality of energy efficiency and weatherization. Inspections we were doing on these homes, there's literally gaps sometimes that are this big in regards to the foundation and their wall. So air is not being, like warm air isn't staying in, cool air isn't staying in, rats are running in and out. I mean, like there's big problems. So really when we're talking about equity, it's looking at the communities that are in need and figuring out how we can stair step them into a better condition, right? So knowing all of what we know about equity and our thoughts and visions for this, I wondered if I could hear from you in regards to crystallizing and throwing out for us what we would intend as a body, as this group right here and now. What would our equity intention be? What do we want to go out to the community? What do we want to do in this equity space? Melissa?
Thank you. First thing for equity would be to make sure everyone on Zoom can be heard. And William's gonna walk around with a mic, so if you would please wait with your remarks until he gets to the microphone. If that's okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right. Yeah, Cash. Can you, Bob, do you mind going to Cash first in the back?
Thank you. I'm Cash Sutton III. I'm a licensed electrical engineer in the state of California, design solar systems. But one of the things that comes to mind is that I'm afraid that we're actually losing the talent of people that might have the skills to provide solutions to our problems. But they're so busy working for a living in dead-end positions that they only do because they have to take care of their families.
Yeah.
And so we have to find a solution for that so that they can actually use that intellect that they have to develop.
So your intention then, if you were to, Cash, could you speak to me a little bit more in regards to how you would, what would the intention be in regards to, as we're looking forward to doing equity? Would it be helping people live better lives or be able to use more of their God-given talents towards solving these problems?
Well, what we have to do is find a way to raise the safety net so that no one has to worry about who's showing and who. So that if it's not a problem in taking care of their families, then they can use the access to education to develop their skills.
Yeah.
Whether it's regardless of what, because the arts are incredible. And there are certain people that have the art, but unless they have the ability and the resources to focus on it, then it's done.
Yeah. So shameless plug for our St. James Climate Action Plan. And we'd love to make it available to you in regards to a template, but we take the 6 social determinants of health in regards to addressing what Cash has just said, in regards to allowing people more of their discretionary effort to focus on this incredibly difficult, challenging climate crises. So just throwing that in. How about what else is in our attention in regards to what do we want to produce in equity in regards to the communities that we're serving?
Lisa, what are the 6?
We're going to wait just for a second for Bob to give you that. Right over here, Bob.
Raise your hand.
Thank you.
Lisa, what are the social determinants?
What
are the 6 social determinants?
it is, let me see if I can draw it out for you too. But it's the thought that that health isn't just access to health care. It's food and energy security. It's neighborhood and safety. It is access to education. It's economic. And let me see, 4. Oh, I got one extra here. It's one is health and access to health care. And there's one other one that I'm totally blanking on. Yeah, food and, maybe it is the housing, although let me double check on that one. Because I think that, food and energy security, if you think about it as a Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it kind of follows that. But there's also study in regards to what truly makes people's, I think maybe it's more like, it's psychology, but it's like belonging, like community, social, like it's that social piece of it. And then neighborhood, I think that actually includes that you're housed as well. So, but all of those factors sort of work together. And I wrote an article on it, so I'll make sure that I send it your way in regards to that. But it's not just the access to a doctor. It's not just access to prescription drugs. All of this weighs into it, and climate weighs into this as well, because of your environment. If you don't have clean air, if you have poor water, if you're in a heat bubble, right? A lot of these former redlined areas are prone to heat islands and heat bubbles, and it really impacts your health. In fact, we did a study on this in regards to like Detroit and the Michigan area in regards to that, and it had to do with like poor grid quality. So heating and cooling was not exactly the best it should be. The quality of the housing stock, the health of the individual was impacted by all of this. And in addition to that, they were also saddled with exorbitant climate crises issues of excessive heat, which had been graduating in that area. So all of it comes together. All right. Yes.
I think one important intention is getting an accurate sense of community.
Yeah.
Surveying and and the word of mouth.
Yep.
Rather than constant and, I think a lot of the time, that equity drawing, I think a lot of the time, when we talk about equity, we talk about sort of the giving equal level blocks and not actually
Yeah.
what the need is. So going in communities and finding out what the need is before we offer this.
Yeah, exactly. Getting that community voice in there, really. This is what we try and do with the equity groups as well. Oftentimes, if we're just going in with a survey, let's say the Episcopal Church came up with a survey and sort of tried to go in, we're not exactly the trusted community partner of a lot of these areas, right? But who can we partner with to really get an entree in there? Who's trusted? So like a lot of these energy equity groups that I'm facilitating, the bulk of the members are community action organizations that are actually on the front line and meeting people's needs around all of these social determinants of health. So what else? I think we're on a really good path here. Yeah.
I'm old enough to remember the Cold War, and we all heard about Pravda and propaganda. In high school, the librarian reminded us before we read anything, to look at the masthead to see who had published it and what their agenda was, because everyone has an agenda. Fast forward, Americans get most of our news from one of about 3 or 4 sources, all of which are owned by the commercials that they have to sell to be on the air. We do not get news in this country, we get entertainment. And access to accurate, reliable information is a serious issue in this country. Because everything we look at, with a very few exceptions, PBS is one and Democracy Now! Is another one, but even PBS has political things they have to kind of be wary of, is coming from commercialized capital sources. Which is why I get a lot of my news from DW in Germany and other international outlets. Al Jazeera is excellent. But the very first thing that all of us, including we educated people in this room, are under is we're not getting news. We're not getting accurate news. They were talking about the climate crisis in Europe 20 years ago on all the news shows. When did we start hearing about it? When they couldn't ignore it, and even then it's being diminished. So I think access to accurate information is crucial for all of us. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So maybe our role in the equity part too is magnifying that access to information, non-biased info. Okay. What else about our equity statement?
I wanted to share another concept.
Yeah.
We're talking about the importance of people transitioning to electric vehicles. And in many communities, there is no place to charge a vehicle, especially if you're living in the park.
Yeah.
And so one of the things I was suggesting that certainly might consider involving charging stations in their community.
Yeah.
And making them available.
Yes, that's a very good suggestion. In fact, we do have that in our St. James Climate Action Plan as well. So glad to see we're on the right. Glad to see we're on the right.
I wanted to augment our discussion of trusted partnerships.
Yes.
Particularly, I think one of our really concrete roles as the Episcopal Church in specific is our ability to direct people to resources.
Yep.
I think our church has a history of being quite open to things like the importance of mental health care and social services.
Yep.
That is unique to us. And I think as we lean into building relationship, one of our jobs, so many times people are so busy doing the work. We have incredible committed people in all of our communities doing the work. And one of the roles we can provide is to connect people to the work.
Yeah.
We often have a bigger perspective, or we're sort of on the fringe. Might be one of our gifts as educated people, or people who want to become more. That our job is not to point to ourselves. Our job is to be a conduit.
Yep.
People access
doing material, spiritual, yeah.
Yeah, there was a big theme on that too, in regards to us being sort of that climate crisis and healing that anxiety or helping people deal with that anxiety, right? We've talked about it in our area for here. That makes perfect sense, being that conduit. What else? What's our intention in regards to this? I honestly see us too as the resiliency hub, right? Like if you think about a concept of resiliency hub and it goes into disaster resilience, it's that community connection point that meets people's needs. So exactly what you were talking about. If people's power is out, if they're struggling, if they're not comfortable, it gets into that cooling center, heating center, what's needed in regards to being that source. One person had mentioned in regards to like the food industry, in regards to like, pulling that thread of discussion in more. I've run St. James Food Outreach, helped LAC USC establish their first mobile food pharmacy. You would not believe the amount of food that comes through even very small food outreach organizations that could be thrown out, right? Could be wasted if it wasn't all consumed. But you can use that food to actually employ folks and give them a vocation in regards to canning or preparing the food so that it could be used more broadly. But we could set ourselves up in regards to that full circle resource in regards to a resiliency hub and lead the way in regards to our use of renewable energy. So I figured I would throw that out there.
Oh, excellent point. I'm chair of the board of a healthcare organization in Orange County that gave away 45,000 pounds of food last year. To address Cash's point, but to also help you understand the importance of local politics. I have been trying to get the city of LA on my local neighborhood council to add to the building code that whenever an apartment building is built, you simply put in an electric line where the parking places are, because these buildings are going to be there for 100 years. So that a person gets an electric car, they can pay an electrician to wire in a charger. It always lands with a thud. Well, my mother grew up in an abandoned train station in the hills of North Georgia. They share hot and cold water from the neighbor's well. And she always said, if you want to know what's going on, what makes the mule trot? Money. Follow the money. Yes, basically owns most of our local elected officials in municipalities in Southern California. The real estate industry, which fuels the construction industry. And putting in that electric line is going to cost them about an extra $200 per space. And that's why it's not in our building codes now.
How about, kind of branching out from that? What about social housing? What about the church being a resiliency point in regards to social housing and providing for affordable housing in regards to the huge homeless problem that we see? If we controlled the housing, we could put it in an energy renewable and sustainable way. Yes.
My concern is that we're dealing with, when you talk about the church, we have a lot of small churches, a lot of older churches. I think what you're addressing are the larger churches, educated people with money, people with energy. Our folks are tired, they're old, they do not want to do all of this. They'd love to. Great ideas, wonderful, but they can't do it. So I think, I just think we need to also have our focus. We need to focus on a lot of the church that exists now. The other thing is that we talk about the Episcopal Church. We have Episcopal, we have Lutheran, we have Presbyterian, we have Methodist. And we have young people that are not part of the church that would be interested in doing things. But, so we can't really just think, oh, as Episcopalians, we've got to think of people of faith, people with moral, a moral, desire to improve.
I totally get your point. And another reason to like take on these issues of climate change to attract a younger population that wants to take on these challenges, right? So if I hear what you're saying properly, it's reaching out interdenominationally, reaching out to those without a denomination, engagement of the younger generation in regards to this. And you're right next. So, yeah.
But that can't come from us as leaders, as older, retired leaders, people from small churches. It needs to come from the diocese. The diocese needs to talk to Lutherans and say, here, let's get the 2 Lutheran churches, the Methodist Church, the Episcopal churches, they'll be the cohort and say, this is what we want you to do. You get together as a group, otherwise it's nothing.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And I think this is going to be the last one. I think we're kind of at a 5-minute. So, okay. And then you're second.
So just in terms of being helping people, I think it's important to give people a voice and find out what they need and what they want to consume, but to, have a conference, invite the community and what are your needs, what do you want, how can we help you? And go with that, just giving people a voice.
Thank you for echoing that sentiment. Yeah, you know.
Mine is already kind of covered. So
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So I just want to share one more from our friends on Zoom. This is from Elizabeth Green. It says, reward those who set an example, who cleaned up more pollution than they caused in 1955. Reimburse individuals who delayed, who delayed the burdens of negative public health effects, environmental pollution, and impacts of climate change, and continue to do so by offsetting their own greenhouse gas emissions since 1965. Thank you.
All right. And that one.
Do we know of any other denominations that even have thought about this and have had their own climate?
Yeah. Pass the mic to Hayden.
So one of my jobs that I used to do, I'm from Puerto Rico. I used to work with the other Lutherans here in South Harlem.
Sorry about that.
Okay, it should be working now. There you go.
Thanks. What I'd like to take away from all of your conversations is to actually use these inputs to create an equity intention statement based on all of what you had said. And then for us, be circulated back around in regards to whoever attended this for your edits and more feedback. But I hope that the next time that we have a climate summit, or even sooner, that we will have this statement ready for you in regards to all of us being able to stand behind it, as well as the resources to really pursue the sub-initiatives that you have talked about. Thank you very much.
Waiting for the phone speed. Thank you so much, Bob. Okay, so our time is drawing to a close, but before we pray, I wanted to once again thank our speakers, Dr. Lucy Jones, Kate Varley, Lisa Markus. Also want to say thank you to our planning committee once again for all their hard work, and especially to Peyton, who has been our chaplain for today. And I'd like to invite him to come up and say a prayer for us and dismiss us and send us on our way. Oh, we have one last song. Oh, let's sing, and then Peyton can pray. That sounds good. I mean, we'll all pray, but Peyton will lead it.
By a young Canadian poet, fire poet.
Water, remember this place is for your sons and daughters. Easy on the earth, lightly on the water. Remember who this place is for. Get your kids to a river, the river they'll flow. It'll teach them how to paddle, teach them how to row. Get your kids to a river, the river they'll flow. It'll take them where they need to go. To go easy, lively on the water. Remember this place is for your sons and daughters. Easy on the earth, lively on the water. Remember who this place is for. I'm going easy, easy. I know it's easy, yeah. Let them see their reflection wherever they go. In the rain, water, blood, water, sleet, hail, snow. Let them see their reflection wherever they go. Get your kids to a garden with a garden they'll grow. They'll learn to go easy and learn to live slow. Just get your kids to a garden with a garden they'll grow. They'll learn to go easy. To go easy on the earth, lightly on the water. Remember this place is for your sons and daughters. Easy on the earth, lightly on the water. Remember this place is for. I'm going easy, easy, I'm going easy. Go easy, John. Lightly on the water. Remember, this place is for your sons and daughters. Easy on the earth, lightly on the water. Remember who this place is for.
To let you know, I should probably do this. That music's been arranged for choirs by Sean Kirchner, who is the composer in residence of the LA Master Chorale. And if you go to his website, you can find this and other pretty interesting songs, and especially say, look for the Earth Mothers there.
Wonderful. Can we have another recognition, round of applause for our musical accompaniment? Thank you so much. And thank you to all of you. As we prepare to leave this place, I hope we are leaving with a sense of just how important this work is. As we respond to the clear, present, and increasing threat of climate crisis, it is essential. It is vital that we recognize that our work as Episcopalians is not just about responding to climate change. At the most recent General Convention, the House of Bishops put forward a statement that read in part that we are only fully human and fully alive when we are in right relationship with the whole created order. Apart from each other and nature, we are not our whole selves. And in addition to that, the climate crisis, environmental crisis touches every single other justice issue that we care about. And so I want you all to know how important you are, how important your presence is, and just to say thank you to all of you. In this time of crisis, fear, and anxiety, the church, each and every one of you, of us, and the communities of which we are a part, represents hope because we embody God's love. And with that, I'll invite you once again to a space of reverence, quiet, as we pray a Gaelic blessing from the Church of England's Environment Program. Deep peace of the running wave to you. Deep peace of the flowing air to you. Deep peace of the quiet earth to you. Deep peace of the shining stars to you. Deep peace of the gentle night to you. Moon and stars, pour their healing light on you. Deep peace of Christ, the light of the world, to you. May God, who established the dance of creation, who transforms chaos to order, lead us and empower us to transform our lives, the witness of the church and the governments of nations, so that all might preserve and reflect the glory of God revealed in creation. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit be among you and remain with you always. Amen. Thank you.